would definitely tell other kids who weren't here today that they should. I would definitely tell other kids who weren't here today that they should come.
But there is a purpose and a reason you're here, and it's your opportunity, it's your challenge to make the most of it.
Toughness is character. Toughness, what Mr. Thomas was a role model for, why we're doing this today, is he said, this is how I'm going to live my life, faith, family, football, and that's how he lived his life.
Leadership is a constant act. It's moving forward every day, every moment, every week.
If there's one thing that all high schools need, all teams need, it's positive leaders that can get people motivated and can also get their teammates to do the right things on the weekend and to get good grades in the classroom.
Every moment makes a difference. It's a gift.
If you want to see what really matters,
How will you use it?
If you want to see what really matters to somebody, I challenge you to look, where do they spend their time?
A big point that I got out of this is to take action. Leaders need to take action. They can't just talk about something and then not follow through with it.
Anybody can lead when things are going well. True leadership, difference makers, they do it when things aren't easy, because that's when everybody starts looking around. Who are we going to follow? Who's going to step up? And if you have a great leader, that person can bring everybody right back together.
Who you spending time with? See, in high school particularly, it's going to make a vital difference about whether you achieve your dream or not.
I feel like I'm going to start trying to voice my opinion more. If I see something wrong going on, I'm going to try to stop it then. And
one of the most specific points that rung a bell with me was probably that there's always somebody who has it worse than you do, and that it's all about how you respond, how you react to certain moments that occur to you in your life.
I'm encouraging you to find that teacher or coach. Somewhere in your school, there is a man or a woman that you can look to, that you can share your dream with.
To see the impact that the students are taking from this and being challenged to go out and do something in their communities has been extremely influential. And so thank you, Ed Thomas Foundation.
We good, Kelly? This is the quickest we've ever had one of these sell out. Within 2 weeks, it was sold out. So when you leave, you make sure you thank your advisors or whoever got you signed up at school, because I will tell you, there's a lot of young people who don't have the opportunity today that you have. And that starts with your leaders, your teachers. And my name's Aaron Thomas. I'm Ed Thomas's oldest son. I'm also the high school principal here at Appleton Parkersburg, head boys basketball coach. And I will tell you, we're extremely excited to have you with us today. Just a couple housekeeping things. I hope you're excited to be here. I hope you view this as an opportunity for you to get better, because what I will tell you is this: you were selected to come here for a purpose. I am very confident your instructor, your teachers, your coaches, whoever brought you today, brought you for a purpose, because there's something they see in you that they know by being here, you will be better. That by being here, you will impact not just your school, but your community as a whole. I firmly believe every one of you is here for a purpose. And the question is, my dad would always say, you either get better or you get worse. You never stay the same. And today, at your fingertips, you have an unbelievable opportunity to get better. Our line of speakers, if you were to ask these people to come speak at your school, it'd probably cost your school close to, I would guess, $6,000 to $7,000 to hear the people you're going to hear today. And it costs your school today $10 a student to come. Okay? Not to mention you get a t-shirt, you're going to get lunch, binder, all those different things that hopefully you'll enjoy and appreciate. I do ask, when you're here today, we still have classes going on in our high school. So if you can stay to this side of the building, we have restrooms down by the practice gym, our locker rooms, if you need to use those restrooms, it's not enough. But please don't go on a scavenger hunt today checking things out. That's what I ask, because we still have class. Our students are hopefully still going to be learning. The other thing I ask, if you haven't followed us, if you're into social media at all, would encourage you to follow us on social media. We have the Ed Thomas Family Foundation. Make sure there's good stuff. This year, you're going to get clips throughout the year. Our hope is, and students, I'm going to tell you this so you'll kind of hold your advisors, the people that brought you. We're going to send out material, I think, twice a month with topics to talk about. So our hope is it's not just a one-day come, get excited, go home, and then you don't think about it except when you pick that binder up every now and then. Our hope is this will be an ongoing thing, that you impact your communities, that you impact your school, that you become the absolute best leader that you can possibly be. So with that, that's kind of our housekeeping notes. Advisors, hopefully you looked at your lunch schedule. We will have 2 lunches, okay? And a lot of that's done alphabetically. Our lunch order, you'll go through. Our practice gym, Hy-Vee, great sponsors for us. You have different options of what kind of sandwich you want. Advisors, I will tell you, we're going to ask you in your book, there's questions. We ask you to talk to your students. That's the time to engage and talk as a school about what's this going to look like. How can we bring this back? So there's questions in there over your lunch break. If you want to go outside during your lunch, you're more than welcome. We just ask if you have any trash, whatever, please help us make sure that gets to where it's supposed to be. So with that, our hashtag, you can see if you have questions today, if there's something you see, we do ask that you be involved with the social media aspect. Okay, that helps us out. There's people all across our country today following this event. It's live stream, it's live. Okay, it's on the internet. Our teachers, there's different businesses. You know, we have a lot of great sponsors. The way we can only charge you $10, we have a celebrity golf tournament down in Des Moines, and we were able to raise almost $250,000 because people believe in what we're doing. People believe in you young people and want you to get better. That's why they come and they give. We have nothing to hold over them, but they believe in you. So people from across our state for sure, people in neighboring states will be watching this today because they believe in what it is we're doing. So I hope you enjoy today. I'm our first speaker, so I'm going to get started here and get into my information. You know, when I have the opportunity to go out and speak, I will tell you, growing up, I never thought I'd be a public speaker. Never wanted to be a public speaker. As a 3rd grader, I hung out with my dad every day at the practice field. Is when you came in, you could see right up there between our high school and our elementary. So from 3rd grade on, I rarely missed a practice. And as a 3rd grader, I knew I wanted to be a teacher and a coach. And the reason why is because when my dad got up every day, he didn't go to a job. He didn't have a career. He loved what he did. He absolutely loved working with young people. Okay? I thought he liked getting up to go open the weight room at 6 in the morning. Then he enjoyed being at school all day. I don't think he ever missed a school lunch. He loved school lunch. And then I knew how much he loved going to football practice. And it wasn't work. And so as a young person, I saw that. And I decided at a young age, I want to do something I'm going to enjoy each and every day of my life. And young people, my hope for you is that you don't have jobs when you're older. I don't even want you to have careers when you're older. I want you to have passions. I don't want you to hate going to work every single day. Because if you do that, you will never maximize what you could be. So at your age, you're, why do I go to high school? I don't need to know algebra, and I don't need to know all these different things that they're trying to teach me. Maybe true. But I'll tell you this, you need to know how to work hard. You need to know how to study. You need to know how to interact with other people. Because half the jobs you young people are going to have someday don't even exist right now. Don't even exist. If you want to be rich at your age, I 100% believe this. If you want to be rich, you know what you can be really, really good at and make a lot of money? Communicating with other people. Because your generation, that's how you communicate. If you want to make money someday, you don't have to be the smartest person anymore. You have to be able to relate to people, to talk to people, to lead people, to motivate people. And my hope today through my talk, I'm going to try to give you some things that hopefully you will help you become a better leader of people. Okay? But as a 3rd grader, my dad would always say, talk to the football team beginning of practice, he'd say, you never know when you're going to have a platform, and you never know when you're going to have an opportunity. So I grew up thinking, when I was in high school, I would tell you platforms and opportunities. To me, what that meant was if I always do what's right, if I always do what I'm supposed to do, I'm going to have platforms and opportunities to perform. Sport's a huge part of my life. I can honestly tell you as a high school student, I didn't drink 1 drop of alcohol. I didn't smoke 1 cigarette or whatever else young people smoke today. Because I firmly believe if I did that, I would never be as good as I could. The other thing, I was scared to death of my dad. And that's a good thing, young people. You should be somewhat afraid of your parents and respect them. My dad would talk to every young person he taught or coached and tell them, don't use drugs, don't use alcohol. And if his own son would have been out there doing that, because here's the thing, you young people, you know who drinks in your school. You know. Us teachers, adults, we may not, but you guys know. And if I would have done that, I truly believe, okay, I won't be the best I can be. I'm not going to have the opportunities, the experiences that I could have by not being all in, fully invested. So platforms and opportunities, always good things. In 2005, my dad's the National High School Football Coach of the Year. From AP, 3,000 people. We had 4 NFL players in 2005. So ESPN came and they did a piece on our school and on my dad and our community. And then he gets to go to the Super Bowl that year. And he gets the award. And when he speaks, so imagine going to a banquet where you get to receive your award, and it's also the same time they recognize the Hall of Fame class for the NFL that year. So my dad's seeing every Hall of Fame football member is at this banquet. And they said, Ed, you got 5 minutes to talk. Talk about whatever you want to talk about. And on my dad's largest stage with his platform and opportunity, he talked about what he was most proud of. He talked about this school, Applington Parkersburg. Because in his mind, he truly believed AP was the greatest place on earth. And I will tell you, because he believed it, every student who passed through these halls and sat in his desk also thought they were from somewhere special. Teachers and advisors, if you don't think you have the best school in the entire state of Iowa, I promise you, your young people won't either. And the further up the ladder you go, the more important that attitude is. My dad would tell us, you're from somewhere special. He'd say, when you graduate, never forget where you came from. So by telling us these things all the time, we really thought, hey, we're from somewhere special. We're worth coming home to, remembering. But that starts with a culture. And it started with one guy who truly believed it. Coach Kearns, who you're going to hear from later, he told me before my dad got here, yeah, my dad loved football. They only had one winning season from 1952 to 1972. Prior to he got here. My dad coached for 34 years here. He had one losing season. Kids weren't different. Mindset and culture was different. And what I'll tell you, young people, mindset and culture, your adults will shape it and believe it, but ultimately it comes down to you believing it as well. Because I can think it's the greatest school on earth, but my young people down front here don't believe it, won't invest in it, don't act it. It's just going to be my hope, my dream, and I'm going to spin my wheels trying to make it the best it can be. First time I learned platforms and opportunities aren't always because of good things. May 25th, 2008, our community was hit by an EF5 tornado. 1/3 of our people lost their homes that day. 7 people lost their lives from Parkersburg, 1 from the neighboring town of New Hartford. Imagine everybody sitting right here and over, you no longer have a house. That's what happened. That's what happened. 1/3 of our people no longer have a home. All of a sudden, every major news network, television station in the country's here. You know how it works? Weather Channel comes, they show all the devastation. Then I say they always try to find the village idiot to interview. I guess my dad was a village idiot. Or a leader, I hope a leader. But they found him and they interviewed him. And they were setting him up. They were saying, oh, what are you going to do now? What's going to happen to your community? How will you ever rebuild? How can you ever move forward? And I'll never forget, listen to my dad's response. What he said was, and he was teary-eyed and he was emotional. You know the biggest reason my dad was emotional? Because his high school was destroyed. Killed him. Yeah, my parents lost everything they owned. Their house was destroyed. That didn't bother my dad near as much as it bothered him that the school was destroyed. But when they asked him that, I'll never forget his response. He said, well, we're going to dust ourselves off, we're going to get ourselves up, and we're going to move forward. He said, Parkersburg will be better after this tornado than it was prior. And when I listened to that, what jumped out to me was this. I never heard my dad say I. That whole interview. He never said, I'm sad I lost my belongings. I'm sad I lost my classroom. I'm sad that football field's ruined. Never once was it I. It was we. Every part of it was we. So on his platform, his opportunity, on what he probably the worst thing he experienced, seeing everything destroyed, he was optimistic. And it took one person to start. And I'll tell you, it wasn't just my dad. Mr. Thompson, our superintendent, did an unbelievable. Our school was built in 13 months. Not planning to build a school. It's because people got after it, they worked hard, and they were focused. And I will tell you, Parkersburg is better today than it was in 2008. Our enrollment's up over 100 students. We have a beautiful auditorium now. We have 2 gymnasiums for practice. We have plenty of classrooms. But it took, in the toughest of times, getting yourself up and moving forward, and in that moment, not feeling sorry for yourself, but getting up. For me, my platform, my opportunity came June 24, 2009. That was the day my dad was killed in the bus barn down there when he came into the school building. On that day, never once could I imagine my father being murdered. We hadn't had a murder in Parkersburg since 1923 prior to that. Never thought that happened. Never believed 22 young people would be in the weight room that day and experience the entire thing. So as I go to the hospital, meet my mom there, as we're leaving, my dad had passed, but I had the opportunity to go in and see him. As we're leaving the hospital, the Department of Criminal Investigation tells my mother and I, hey, we need a press release from your family. So they assign us some lady who's going to help us write this press release. And so we go and we talk about what we're going to say, and this lady's telling us her thoughts. And all I can envision, when you watch the news, picture pops up, word scrolls across the screen, but it always sounds like the same statement. Back to being in third grade, wanting to be just like my dad, I said, Mom, I'll go do the press conference. So that afternoon, at that press conference with 100 media people, that was my platform and my opportunity. People were going to see on that day who Aaron Thomas was, and it had nothing to do with anything positive. My platform, my opportunity was happening because the absolute worst day of my life. But I had to make a choice. What was I going to do? How was I going to respond? When I spoke that day, I'll tell you this. Nothing had sank in yet when I spoke, but I was trying to say exactly what my dad would have said had he been able to be there to speak for himself. Because I knew if Ed Thomas was going to have any kind of legacy whatsoever, it would be how his family responded, not when everything's going well, but through those tough times of adversity. The other thing I can tell you, young people, I was prepared for June 24th. I didn't know it, but I was prepared. And how'd that happen? Because I had two loving parents. They loved me, they supported me, and when I was your age, they disciplined me. They held me accountable. Every night, my curfew was midnight from my sophomore year to my senior year, period. And if I got home at 12:02, I was not going anywhere for a week. And my dad did not care what my reason was. They held me accountable. My parents weren't real worried about being my best friend when I was your age. They didn't care if I was mad at them or not. We played in the state volleyball tournament my junior year. I was dating a gal who was a senior. All my buddies were staying in the hotel that night. It was a snowstorm. I'm like, ooh, I'm going to get to stay. Roads are bad. Call home. Back then I had to go to a payphone. Quarters in, call home. Hey, roads are terrible. I don't think I can make it. Dad said, nope, you'll be just fine. I even had a teacher get on the phone and tell my mom and dad how bad it was. My dad said, you'll make it. So I drive home, and I can honestly remember I went in the ditch on Highway 20, got back out, got home, coming to the house as a junior in high school, hot-headed as could be. Walk in, say, I hope you're happy, because I about died tonight. My dad said, well, I'm glad to see you. I walked down our basement steps. I punched my wall as hard as I could, lost skin on my knuckles, blood on my wall, and I never cleaned it up just so they knew. Looking back, as a parent, I do the same thing to my kid. They didn't care that everybody else was staying down in Des Moines or Cedar Rapids. They didn't care. They're not everybody else's parents. How many of you, quick show of hands, how many of you have a cell phone? Raise your hand. Every one of you. How many of you pay for your own cell phone? Hardly any of you. Here's what I'm going to tell you, young people. This cell phone then, if you don't pay for it, it's not yours. My 13-year-old son and I argue every night about this stupid thing because it is not going to go in his basement where his room is. It is going to be plugged in and sit upstairs where I know where it's at. Because young people, there are so many things in this thing that can get you in so much trouble that I never had when I was a young kid. If I didn't like somebody, I had to tell them that in person. I couldn't tweet at them or post an Instagram or Snapchat them or whatever else you guys do. I had to tell them to their face that I thought they were an idiot. That might change some things in your world. So I would tell you, if your parent doesn't let you take this to your room, good for them. Someday you'll thank them. Just won't be now. Just won't be now. Platforms and opportunities. The biggest thing I got out of that lesson after the tornado, I was at Union High School, great place, loved it. They gave me my first teaching and coaching job. Absolutely loved Union. I was becoming my own Coach Thomas there. Then my dad passed away. They asked if I'd come home. But that tornado happened a year before I moved back. Never forget, it was right after school. It was right before they're going to bulldoze the high school. And we have an assembly line of kids handing down helmets and shoulder pads before the school is going to be destroyed. That day, the Des Moines Register was there, and this guy's interviewing my dad, and he's asking him all these questions. And my dad bark orders, and then we go to move everything to the elementary. It's just my dad and I in his truck. We get everything loaded, we shut the door, and I'm 29 years old on this day. I said, Dad, why do you keep doing all these interviews? Why don't you just give this guy a couple quick quotes and say, hey, sorry, I got to move forward. And I'll never forget, 29 years old, I get this, and he said, Aaron, anybody can lead when things are going well. True leadership gets revealed when you're faced with adversity. You think about that. It's not hard to be the captain of your football team when you're undefeated. It's not hard to be all about your volleyball team or your fine arts when you get to lead or you're a starter. That's easy. When you need leadership, when things aren't going so well, that's when special people rise to the top. Because when you get those tough moments, that's when everybody starts doing this. Everybody's looking around. You know, it is easy, what I call them front runners. When we're scoring touchdowns or you're ahead in the game or you're winning in volleyball and everything's, it's easy to cheer and high five everybody. Who does that when you're behind? Who does that when you've lost a game or two in a row? That's leadership. That's what difference makers do. Anybody can lead when things are going well. And I got to watch my dad for 13 months. He prepared me for June 24th by his example after he lost his home and after he lost his school. Going through and think young people, who am I as a person? I think so much as a leader, when we talk leadership, you have to be real with yourself. And I steal this line from Coach Kearns. Coach Kearns' definition of toughness is doing what's right all the time. Think about that for a minute. How hard is it to do what's right all the time? Young people, I want you to know you can probably fool your mom, your dad, teachers, coaches, advisors. You know, the kids that Monday through Friday at school, teachers come by, they always say the right things. So everybody thinks they do the right thing on the weekend. Your coaches, you know, you show up, you can kind of go through the motions, you can say the right things, rah, rah, even if you don't really mean it. But then you're in the locker room saying things about your teammates, complaining I didn't get the ball enough, questioning why I didn't get to lead in the musical. You can fool adults in your life. And young people, let me tell you this, your mom and dad, most of them want to be fooled. They really don't want to know the truth. They don't want to accept it. You're rarely going to fool your peers. You sitting by the people you came with in your school, you guys know who you are. You know who you are. You know what they're like. You know their character. You know their integrity. You know what they do Friday night, Saturday night. You know if they study and prepare for tests. You know if they copy and cheat. You know. Don't fool your peers near as much as the adults. But most importantly, young people, every morning when you wake up and you look in that mirror, you will never, ever fool yourself. Never. When you look in the mirror, you know what you do. You know if you're a person of integrity. Question, if nobody was watching, would you still do what's right? If you could go steal $200 and nobody would ever find out, what would you do? That's who you are. And at some point, if it doesn't bother you to look in the mirror and know that you're doing things that you shouldn't be doing, that's when you got a problem. Because now it's become a habit. But young people, you can fool your mom, dad, teachers, coaches, all those people. Not going to fool your peers very often, but you'll never, ever fool yourself. And as a leader, you got to be who you are. Because I can't say all these things if I don't live it. Leading through adversity. I promise every person in this auditorium, you will all lose loved ones. Every one of you. And you don't always get to pick when, why, or how. You may not get the goodbye you think you deserve. But I can promise you this, those people who are close to you, that impacted you, that touched you, you can remember how you honor them. That's why we have this academy. That's why we have the Ed Thomas Family Foundation. And that was not my idea. Not our parents. My dad's visitation We saw 4,500 people from 1:30 that afternoon till 11:30 that night. People came through. And two of his former players, Casey Wigman, who was our first pro football player, and John Jordan, who's a developer down in Texas, came through and they said to my mom, brother, and I, hey, we need to talk to you tomorrow. We got an idea. We want to do something. So we talked to them later on, and they said, we want to start the Ed Thomas, we want to continue Coach's legacy. We want his impact to continue forward because our young people need it. How did that happen? Because we lost him, but we didn't forget what he instilled in us. It's because he's who he stood for. It's because what he was doing. His impact, people wanted that to continue. So yes, you don't get to pick. I had to make a choice when I lost my dad. I could be mad, I could be angry, I could be bitter, all those things. My dad was not coming back. It didn't matter how mad I was going to be. Doesn't matter how mad I'm going to be. Not going to change. But I got to make a choice. Am I going to get stuck in June 24th the rest of my life? Can I dust myself off, get myself up, and move forward? The other thing, young people, I'm going to promise you, things are going to happen to you that you do not ask for and you do not deserve. Okay? You may have relationships go bad. Your mom and dad's relationship might have gone bad. You may not live at a home with two parents. You didn't ask for that. You didn't control that. But you're the only one who determines what do you do next. You may have people say things about you that aren't true. You can't control that. All you can do is respond to it. Some of you have possibly even been abused, physically or sexually, of which no one deserves and no one should go through. But unfortunately, if it happened to you, you got to make a choice. What do I do with that? Do I let that moment define me? Do I let that person take everything I have to give? Or can I move forward? And I'm not saying when you move forward, you never think about it, it doesn't scar you, it doesn't change you. Because I can honestly tell you, there's not a day goes by I don't think about my dad. And I don't think about June 24th, 2009. But I got to make a choice. Does it make me better? Does it make me worse? Does it inspire me to do something and overcome? Or does that moment bring me down? I have to make that decision for myself. My brother has to make that decision for himself. My mom has to make that decision for herself. Coach Kearns is impacted by it. Those 22 young people in that weight room, they have to make a decision every day. So things are going to happen to you that you do not ask for, you do not deserve. You got to decide, is that moment going to define who I am, or can I dust myself off, get myself up, and move forward? Growing up, my dad would often tell me, life's 10% what happens to you and 90% how you choose to respond. And that's so true. Things are going to happen, as we said. You don't get to pick. You see, my dad was the son of an alcoholic. First 18 years of his life were absolutely nothing like mine. I come from a great two-parent home. My dad did not have that. My dad died at 58 years old and never had one drop of alcohol. Did that make his childhood any better? Absolutely not. But it changed mine. See, young people, you may come from tough homes or tough circumstances, and you got to make a choice. What are you going to do with it? My dad, fortunately, his family tree, he had to build an excuse. He could have been an alcoholic, and nobody would have, oh, well, his dad was an alcoholic. That's what he should be. But his family tree was going this way. He decided to be a different branch, went a different direction. And because of it, I'm the benefactor. So young people, if you don't have the greatest homes, my encouragement and challenge to you is make sure your kids someday do. Learn from some of the tough things that you had to experience. Want better for yourself and better for your kids. They will thank you, I promise you. I thank my mom and dad every day for what they gave me. I hope I can provide that for my kids. But if my dad would have followed the same road as his father and been an alcoholic, my life would have been different. My kids' lives would have been different. He didn't ask for an alcoholic father, but he decided to do something different about it. What is it that you're going to do when you're through those things? Another thing with your circumstances. I'd often hear somebody out there has it worse than you do. Stop complaining. Like I said, I had a great dad for 30 years. Am I going to complain because I only had a dad for 30 years? Some people have no relationships with their fathers, don't know their father. The reason my dad went into teaching and coaching, his high school football coach when he was a freshman in high school, said, Ed, you can be something special. You have a great work ethic and you're a natural leader. Don't limit yourself to what you could do. That conversation and one high school coach believing in my father led him to be a teacher and a coach. Without Coach Dolly, there is no Ed Thomas Family Foundation. There is no all those young men that he coached for 34 years of high school football. There's no impact on those people. It took one person. Young people, can you think right now, I want you to think about who is that adult in your life who impacts you? In your schools, can you think of who is your best teachers? Can you think of your best teacher? Do you think they're the smartest person at your school? Or do you think they're their best teacher because they care about you? They're willing to invest in you. That's what difference makers do. A coach led my dad into education, helped him find his passion because he believed in him. He challenged him. He knew how to get the most out of him, but he cared. That's the biggest thing. Dante Harris, a teammate of mine at Drake University, never had a dad. Grew up in foster care his entire life. Every Drake basketball game, I had two parents sitting up in the stands cheering me on. Mom, bring me cookies sometimes, even take me out to eat. Never once did Dante Harris have parents sitting up there cheering him on. So at 30 years old, when my dad killed him, I'm going to call Dante and say, hey, can you believe somebody killed my dad? Here's a guy who never ever had a dad. And in your life, when you think, oh, it's so hard being me and poor me, I promise you there's kids in your school who wish they could be you for one day. You think about those kids at your school. You know exactly who they are. You think about those kids that when they come to school, that's the only time they eat. They eat school breakfast, they eat school lunch, and they're not eating supper because there's nothing there. You trying to tell me they wouldn't want your spot, your life? Your parents who are keeping you make tabs on you? You wonder why some kids show up every day at school even though they never do any assignments? It's because the best place in the world for them, they're cared about here. So in those tough days when you get in those poor me moments, I challenge you to look around your halls and you find somebody who'd like to trade places with you and you ask yourself, would I want to trade places with these people? I promise you your answer is going to be no. Because somebody out there has it worse than you do. No poor me moments. The last thing I often heard growing up that my dad would tell me is the greatest gift God's given me is the power to choose. And young people, every day I think you got to make choices. The biggest decision you make each and every day when you wake up is what is my attitude for this day? See, attitude is one of the only things in life that only you control. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter how much money you make. It doesn't matter what your title is. You are still the only person who decides your attitude. You can say, no, this teacher really bothers me and annoys me, or my parents, they really make me mad, or this and that. Those are excuses. You still got to decide if that's going to bother you or not. I firmly believe when I have a conversation with you, if I talk to a person one-on-one, my attitude impacts their day. It's going to make them have a better day or a worse day. And that conversation all depends on my attitude. You think about those people you most like to be around, and I guarantee you they're positive people. Their attitude, they're looking forward. They're not looking back. They're not complaining. Your attitude, you control it. This day, when you came to this leadership academy, what was your attitude? Oh, I had to get up early to come to this and listen to people I don't know? Or was it an attitude, hey, I get the opportunity to get there to get better? More importantly, what's your attitude towards class? Oh, I got to go. This teacher expects so much out of me in Algebra 2. Why can't they just not care and just give us a small assignment? What's your attitude? Or, hey, man, they're pushing me. I'm going to be so much ready for next math class, for calculus. I'm going to be ready for college because this person's pushing me. Your attitude. Such a powerful thing. And as a leader, I will tell you this. If I show up every day at school and I don't want to be here, how can I ask my teachers or the students to be excited to be at Applington Parkersburg? If you're going to lead anything, your attitude better be the model. Because just because I'm the boss, as a principal, if I just tell my teachers, your attitude towards your class is bad. Why don't you have more school spirit? Why don't you work harder? And all I do is complain in the office and tear teachers down. They're not going to want to be here. It starts at the top. So if you're a leader, if you're a captain, if you're a leader amongst your classmates, if your attitude is not one that's positive, nobody else's will be either. Your attitude. Starts with the top, impacts every single person you come in contact with. One thing after my dad was killed, Coach Kearns called me into the elementary back room of the library. 2 days after my dad had passed away, we talked to the football team, told them the funeral arrangements. Coach Kearns calls me in the back. He said, Aaron, I got to meet with Mr. Thompson later today, superintendent. Said he wants to know kind of my thoughts on how do we move forward, what do we do now that we've lost your dad. Said, any chance you'd consider coming back, taking your dad's job as the athletic director here? And I'll tell you, at first, I'm thinking in my mind, no way. Smaller school, less money. I love coaching basketball. They didn't have basketball open at the time. I knew there's only going to be one Coach Thomas ever at Appleton Parkersburg, and that was going to be my dad. I was at Union becoming the Coach Thomas I grew up wanting to be just like. But I heard Mr. Kearns out of respect. Talked to my wife, who's smarter than I am. She said, Aaron, what about your mom and how much she enjoys having her 3 grandkids around? Maybe we can be around to help her. Talked about the 22 kids in that weight room that day. Maybe we could help them. Then I could hear my dad's voice tell me, never forget where you came from. Was I not going to come back to AP when AP needed me the most? Because I didn't want to be compared to my dad and I didn't want to see the bus barn. So I ended up coming home. My first task, I got to go to Appleton, where our high school was that year after the tornado because we had no high school. And I go get my dad's belongings. On that day, I find this poem hanging up in his office. I'm going to share it with you today, and I think it's in your booklet. The poem says this, it says, attitude. The longer I live, the more I realize the impact of attitude on life. Attitude to me is more important than facts. It is more important than the past, than education, than money, than circumstance, than failures and successes, than what other people think, say, or do. It is more important than appearance, giftedness, or skill. It will make or break a company, a church, or a home. The remarkable thing is we have a choice every day regarding the attitude we'll embrace for that day. We cannot change our past. We cannot change the fact that people act in certain ways. We cannot change the inevitable. The only thing we can do is play on the one string we have, and that is our attitude. I am convinced that life is 10% what happens to me, 90% how I react to it, and so it is with you. We are all in charge of our attitudes. This hangs on my wall in my office. Because I know if I show up with one bad day of a bad attitude at this school, it's a green light for every teacher to come in with a bad attitude, and it's a green light for every student to come with a bad attitude. So if you're truly going to lead, it starts with your attitude. And you got to decide it every day. Does it make people better? Does it make people worse? The second thing that I think you choose each and every day is your time. How do you spend your time? Because you can verbally tell me what matters most to you. Back to those earlier slides, you can lie to me. You can tell me with words what you think I want to hear. But that doesn't mean that's who you are. If I want to see what matters most in your life, where do I look? I look at where do you spend your time. We get 24 hours a day. What do you do with it? If you tell me academics are the most important thing to you, that means I should not have to ask you if you study for every test. That means every single assignment a teacher gives you, you give your absolute best because it's important to you. I know this doesn't happen at your school, but once in a while out in that lunchroom out there, before school, I will find kids copying assignments. I'm sure it's only at Appleton Parkersburg does that happen. That tells me that kid, that assignment doesn't matter. Their academics aren't the most important thing. Because if it matters to you, you invest your time in it. If I play a sport, if you tell me my sports matter to me, or the fine arts, my singing matters to me, that means I should never have to ask you if on the weekends you're drinking alcohol or doing drugs. Because if that's really that important to me and the most important thing, then I don't do anything that's going to block me from being successful. So I challenge you to look. What you say matters to you with words really doesn't matter. How do you spend your time? As you get older, the other thing that tells what matters is where you spend your money. Because I don't know anybody who gives money to things they don't believe in. You work too hard for it. But every day you got to decide, what do you do with your time? What do you do with your money? Because that's what matters most. Words mean nothing, young people. It's actions. 24 hours a day, what are you going to do with it? The last thing I think you decide each and every day is your relationships. Do you care about other people? Or are you just in this thing for yourself? What can I get out of it? What can I get out of a friendship? Because if you do that, it's selfish. It won't work. I learned so much about relationships after my dad passed away. My dad's visitation, like I said, we saw people, 4,500 people. Not because he's a good football coach. Not because he's a good teacher. Because he cared about people. And I heard story after story of things my dad did for people I had no idea about. Former players coming through, hey, do you know your dad bought my cleats for me every year because we couldn't afford them? Another guy, did you know the only reason I went to college is your dad said he believed in me and knew I could do it, and he called me every other week in college to make sure I was doing okay. Another guy comes through and said, the day my dad committed suicide, your dad was the first person who came to my house. Sat beside me on my bed, told me none of this was my fault, and he sat there and he cried with me. I didn't know any of those things. He didn't do it so everybody would say, oh, Ed Thomas, he's a good guy. He did it because he cared. And if as a leader, you want to impact people, you got to have relationships. It can't just be what you want from them, because that will get you nowhere. They need to know you care about them. I firmly believe each and every one of us are strategically placed to impact specific people. As a high school principal, I have the opportunity to impact my teachers. I work with them at in-services. I have one-on-one meetings with them, but they have to know I care about them more than just the person who's teaching ag or math or science. If I want them to truly be the best and be 100% invested, they need more than just me to be their boss. They need to know I care. If you're the captain of your team, it's your job to make sure everybody on that team knows you care, that you're involved. I can't have the same impact on a freshman in high school that a senior can. You think about those young people just coming into your school. Who are they going to look to? Who are they going to follow? What example? In the student section, the best example you could ever see. You think a freshman is going to stand up and lead the cheer? You think a freshman is going to be the first person to stand up? No, it's juniors and seniors. That freshman will remember, though, well, when I'm a junior and senior, this is what I do. Or when I was a freshman, I remember so-and-so, they were up front, they included us, they want us involved. It's about relationships. But each and every one of you have an opportunity that nobody else has to impact other people. I'm only the dad to 3 kids. I'm their only one who's their dad, my 3 boys. I've been strategically placed as their father to be the absolute best I can be for those 3 kids. I'm 280 kids principal. I'm only 3 kids dad. My question with you is, who are you strategically placed to impact? And will you take advantage of it, even if they can do nothing for you? That new student who comes to your school has nobody to sit with. You got your group of friends. You going to be that person who reaches out and invites them in? Or are you like, sorry, I got my friends. Hope you can find somebody else. How many seniors in the room? Seniors, bad news for you. Next year, unless you have a really bad year, you're not going to be at your high school again. You're going to be a new student somewhere else. You're going to be a freshman again. How do you want to be treated? I firmly believe what goes around comes around. What do you want to do with it? John Maxwell, quite possibly the greatest person on leadership that there is. Get online, Google him, read anything you can find for him. Listen to him speak, and he said, leaders lift. Leaders lift. What's that mean? Leaders make everybody around them better. I saw this from my dad. I didn't understand a lot. My dad had this uncanny ability to find, he had more coaches and managers and stats people and anything else you could imagine on his team. And where did he find them all? He sometimes found people who needed it, who had nowhere to go, had no belonging. Our stat guy here at Appleton Parkersburg, our historian, Ryan Dillard, as a junior in high school, rarely came to school. We merged. We became Appleton Parkersburg his senior year. My dad said, hey, Ryan, his second year was his senior year. Ryan, I got all these sports records. I need a sports information director. I need you. Ryan didn't miss much school after that. Ryan was 100% all in on making sure our stats are always right and all our school records are up to date. Ryan doesn't graduate if my dad doesn't find a niche for him. Dale still does everything for him. I don't enter quick stats. Any other coaches here? I don't even know how to log into Quick Stats because Dillard does it all for me. That happened because my dad found somebody who needed something and found him a role, and he's flourished. And it wasn't just him, there's other people. So I ask you, who in your school do you need to connect with? Leaders lift. You must be intentional to turn something around. If our school culture or our team is not doing well, you have to be intentional about making it different, about making it better. You can't just talk about it. You have to do something. It takes effort. You must have attention to detail. The little things matter. You want to know the difference in winning and losing, being successful or unsuccessful? It's the attention to details. It's the little things matter. It's not cutting corners. I'll never forget when we used to warm up for football when I was a kid, I got yelled at if I'd take a corner like this. Warming up, if I rounded off a corner, I got yelled at. Me and the other 86 guys. It was you square a corner, here and go. Did it matter? I would say yes. Attention to detail. All the little things matter. If you're going to lead, you can't shortcut anything. Because as a leader, if I shortcut it, the person behind me is going to cut even more. And the person behind them will cut even more. Attention to detail. As a leader, there's a thin line between manipulating people and motivating people. It's close. Because believe it or not, if I lead, I need to motivate people to do things sometimes they don't want to do. I don't force it on them. I get them to buy in. They want to. One, you think it's fun to go out and condition? Anybody like conditioning? Why do you do it? Because you need to do it to be better. And why do you do a little more than whoever you're going to play? It's the little things. And your great coaches get you to do that. And you say, yeah, let's go run some more. Motivating, manipulating, it's close. But if you want to lead, you got to find that thin line. Because you can't just manipulate people to get what you want, because that comes back to that relationship. They'll know you just use them. Can't use people. You got to lead them. John Maxwell, 3 other things, and if you get nothing else, make sure you get these 3 things. This is the most important thing I'm going to tell you today. Before anybody will follow you anywhere, and I don't care if this is as a teacher, as a boss, as a captain, as a parent. 3 things every follower needs to know before they will follow you. Number 1 question people want to know, do you like me? They want to know they care. They want to know that you truly, genuinely like them, that you care about them. The second thing people want to know, can you help me? If I'm a part of your organization or on your team, am I going to be better because of it? Will my life be better? Will I be better? Will I be more successful? If the answer is no, they're not going to follow you. The third thing every person wants to know is, can I trust you? If I tell you something that's personal in my life, can I trust you enough to know that I don't have to worry you're going to tell the next person, or you're going to put it on social media, or you're going to hold it over my head someday if we have a disagreement? And if that person goes through these 3 questions in their mind or in them, they will follow you to wherever. They will follow you to wherever. Do you like me? Can you help me? Can I trust you? I'm about done, so I got to hustle. One other saying that I absolutely love that Maxwell says, anything worthwhile is uphill. What does that mean? Anything worthwhile is uphill. It means you got to work for it. It takes effort, it takes time, it takes a commitment. Anything worth doing, it's uphill. You got to be willing to work, and I don't care what it is, sports teams, your academic success, building a business. See that big one I put in caps? Marriage. To have a great marriage, you got to work at it. Hopefully none of you are married yet, but I'm telling you, Noah going in, you'll be ahead of where I'm at, where I was. Anything worthwhile is uphill. Last quote I'm going to give you, and then I got to close down. This is so true in our society today. People have uphill hopes, but downhill habits. Uphill hopes, downhill. Everybody wants success. What will you do to get it? Nobody comes out saying, you know, I really hope someday I can't find a job and I'm on welfare and that I do nothing all day long. I don't know anybody who's that's their life aspiration when they're your age. Yet it happens. Sometimes there's circumstances. My question to you, what is your uphill hope? What is it you hope to accomplish? Second question, what are your habits going to do? They going to lead you there? Lead you to your hopes? Or lead you down the hill? Only you decide that. I had more to give you, but I am out of time. I truly thank you all for coming. I hope you'll take time to thank your teachers, your coach, your parents, who's ever impacted your life to help you get here today. You want to make a difference and have an impact? Handwrite somebody a letter sometime. You won't believe what that'll do for them. At this time, we're going to bring Mark Reifenrath, who's on our board as well. And Mark's going to talk to you something a little bit different. We're going to try some quick huddles. Anybody who knows our football, my dad had this saying, it was called the quick huddle. We come out, ready, break, clap, and away we go. So we got some questions. One feedback we get is we're not always interactive enough. So please help me welcome Mark. Thank you for being here. I hope you have a great day.
All right, like Aaron mentioned, we're going to do the quick huddle. That's what Ed Thomas always ran in football, and we kind of want to do that right now with our quick questions. So if you turn to that next page, we got a couple of these throughout the day. You've got 2 questions. Turn to your neighbors around you, ask each other those, and kind of discuss them real quick. We will have a 8-minute break here. We'll reconvene at 10. At 9:58, there will be a video that will start as well. So turn to your neighbors, try to get interactive. And if you have questions, you can also tweet them with hashtag ETFF. Thanks. Amanda Goodman is an Emmy Award-winning journalist for KWL News. Before coming to KWL, Amanda was a reporter and anchor at stations in Texas and North Carolina. In October 2015, Amanda and her KWL colleagues won an Emmy for Best Newscast. She also won an Emmy for her investigative report, False Alarm, a story that looked into whether children know what to do when a home fire alarm goes off. Amanda, along with her co-anchor Ron Steele, jointly took home first place in the Large Market Excellence in Anchoring category at the Iowa Broadcast News Association Awards in May of 2015. I lost my spot there. All right. I know she's also a wife and has 3 kids, was on the next slide. So with that, let's welcome Amanda Goodman. You never had that.
How is everyone? I feel, you gotta do better than that. How is everyone today? I got home from work at midnight, so if I have a lot of energy, maybe I'm ramped up on coffee. First, a few things you need to know something. I will say words like coffee. I will say things like talk. I will say things like water. I'm from South Philadelphia, so that's how I talk. So if you ever watch me on the news and you see me going like this, it's because I literally have to throw my body into a word. I have to say things like water, because I don't know how to say it any other way. I need help real quick, because I brought with me a very important list, and I need somebody to help me read it, because this list is going to show you, I wrote everything down, of what you all are entitled to and what the world owes you. So can somebody in the front come up? Come on. Come on. You right here. You right here. Can you read what's on this list?
Nothing.
Here you go. Here's my list. This is a that was easy, right? This is a comprehensive list of what the world owes you and what you are entitled to. I posted this on my work Facebook page one day, and some moms and dads weren't very happy with me. The world owes us nothing, but the expectations are there. And I have to tell you ahead of time, like I said, I am from South Philadelphia. If you are from South Philadelphia, you kind of lose a filter. I wasn't born with that filter. Women in South Philadelphia, we kind of tell everybody what we think of them. You don't have to worry about us talking about you behind your back. We'll let you know. So I'm just going to be real with you. Is that okay this morning? Okay, good. Your generation, unfortunately, is considered part of the entitlement generation. The generations who have gone before you, we've done you a disservice. Somewhere between the time I was in school and when you guys came up, someone thought it was a good idea to hand out participation trophies. You get awarded just for showing up. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Because in life, there is no ticker tape parade when you go to work. There is no congratulations on you came to work. It's expected. I remember about 9 months ago, my son was playing soccer. He was 5. He scored 6 goals in a soccer game. There's no goalie. If you can't hit that open net, so I had parents coming up to me, oh, he's great. There's no goalie. Save the trophies. There are places that don't give out grades anymore because they don't want you to feel like a failure, even though you blew off your homework and you didn't want to study. There are young people, some people maybe even in this room, who post anything they want on social media because they say, it's called freedom of speech. There are people who will blow off team practice, but they will still start in the game because they're the star. There are young people who aren't held accountable at school or practices because they know their parents will go and yell at the teacher or the coach. Our society now is a lot different. And I think for all the adults in the room would agree. Back in the day, we wouldn't dare look at our parents cross-eyed. If we didn't study, we failed. If we didn't go to practice, we didn't play. If we didn't win, we didn't get a trophy. We didn't even get a ribbon. We didn't even get a congratulations. If we talked back to our parents or teachers, we wouldn't be here to tell the tale. If we acted up in school, our parents were called to the principal's office and we served detention. I went to Catholic school, so I lived in fear of all the nuns who worked there. If we didn't like our dinner, then we didn't eat. If we were late for our curfew, we were grounded. If we misbehaved in the neighborhood, our neighbors would discipline us. If we didn't get hired for the job, then we weren't who they wanted. We grew up understanding about accountability. Every action has a consequence. We are responsible for ourselves. You are up against that perception that you are the entitlement generation, the all about me generation. I get it, completely. I know what it's like to be up against a perception. See, I work in a man's world. There are many people out there who are only concerned with my hair, my makeup, or my clothes when I'm on air. I'll give you an example. There was one night, I decided to wear red lipstick. I did not know it was going to be Lipstick Gate 2015. Ron Steele is sitting next to me, no joke, and spilled ketchup and mustard all down his shirt. It's visible. We work in high def, all over. There was a man who posted on my work Facebook page and said, "You are so disgusting. You look like a cheap, trashy fluzzy." So I'm sitting there, I'm like, what's a fluzzy? So Ron's typing, and he sits right next to me. He's like, "I think he's calling you a floozy." So the man was trying to insult me, but he couldn't even spell it right. But the man emailed me again, and he said, "If you think you're gonna wear that red lipstick again, I'm never gonna watch KWWL again." So I responded the only way a girl from Philadelphia knows how to respond. I posted a picture of me reapplying more red lipstick. There are times I wonder if I went on air and just said this, blah, 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 if anyone would notice. Because people are so focused on my exterior. I've been up for jobs that I didn't get because the news director did not like my nose. I'm Italian. We've got a nose. I've worked places where people didn't want to be interviewed to me because I didn't act like a woman. I asked them too hard of questions like a man would. How about that? Yeah, marinate on that one. I didn't get re-signed to a contract because my boss at the time said I was too vocal with my opinions. She wished I would just shut up and read the news. Quote. I've been called the B word when my male counterparts have been called leaders when we say the same things. When I'm passionate about something, people have joked that it must be my, quote, woman hormones. That was fun. After I had my first child, a consultant told me I had 45 days to lose all the baby weight. Mind you, I gained 90 pounds with my first child. I should have named my first child Taco Bell. I get hate mail all the time about my weight. I actually like people who send me hate mail in the mail because they're committed to it, because they buy a stamp, like go at old school. They talk about my lipstick, they talk about my hair. Why do you have to have long hair? You're too old, go back to short hair. All superficial things. I've had people post on social media that my voice, my face make them nauseous when they eat dinner. People have posted that I am the reason they don't watch the news. There have been 1,000,001 reasons why I should have quit. 1,000,001 reasons I should have said, screw this, I'm done. But that's not who I am. That's not who my character is. I'm more of a, let me wink at you and I'm gonna keep coming for you. You fall down 6, you stand up 7. Because life is not unicorns. Life is hard. Life is about disappointment. You're not gonna get everything that you want. I watched my kids fall off the monkey bars the one day, and I sat there. Get up. And these other moms now, what? They fell. They'll get up. They're not bleeding. Nothing's broken. Get up. That's life. I want to tell you a story about Texas. Anybody been to Amarillo, Texas? Probably not. So my first job in TV news was in Amarillo, Texas. I was hired on the phone. So here is Philadelphia city girl, big buildings, subways, L trains. I pull into Amarillo, Texas. The first thing I see when I pull into Amarillo, Texas is a man in the drive-thru of Dairy Queen on a horse. I called my dad and I said, where in God's name am I right now? So that was my first impression. So I was a reporter for in Texas. And guys, I was getting recognized. I was 22, 23 years old. Everywhere I went, people were like, are you the news lady? And I was like, yeah. Because I was in love with myself. My head was this big. Everywhere I went, I love what you do on the news. You do a great job. Thanks. I was arrogant, too much. If I saw the younger me right now, I'd probably, slap her a little bit in the throat. I was horrible. My boss kept pulling me in, and she kept saying, you're not focused, you're not focused. You're worried about all these superficial things. I need you to focus on your job, focus on the writing, focus on why you got into this business. All right. Because I knew more than she did. I had a college degree. I was smart. She didn't need to tell me. People tell me I'm good all the time. So then one day, I'm sitting in the newsroom, and I'm putting my makeup on, getting ready. She gets on the loudspeaker, my boss. She had 30 years experience. Now remember, I'm smarter than her. I need everyone in the News Channel 10 building to come into the newsroom immediately. So 100 people come into the newsroom. The general manager, the vice president, all of sales, production. Until further notice, she said, I don't want to see Amanda Goodman's face on our TV. I don't want to hear her voice. She's done until I say she's not. She looked right at me. She said, you have any questions? Nope. Everyone left. There were some people, some other females who, rivals, enjoying it, like sitting there like, I go in her office and she said, if you want to be a Hollywood star and worried about your looks, get your car and leave. If you want to be a journalist, then sit down, shut up, and do what you're told. Because you can be replaced, and I will replace you. And that's the moment it hit me. I am replaceable. If we don't do our jobs, and if we don't do what we're supposed to do, we're all replaceable. I was off the air for 3 months. 6 months from that conversation we had, I was promoted to weekend anchor. 3 months after that, I was promoted to morning anchor. 1 year after that conversation I had with my boss, I was the main anchor of that television station. That was the moment that changed my life, where I got knocked off that high horse and kind of shaken a bit because I needed it. I can assure you one thing, it is not going to be easy, but your actions, your attitude, your work ethic, that is what is going to define you. That's what everyone else is going to define you. You're going to work 12-hour work days without a lunch break. You're going to live paycheck to paycheck, and you're going to only afford ramen noodles and tuna fish. My first job in news, for the first year I worked in news, okay? When I was 16 years old, I made $8 an hour working at Hershey's Chocolate World. My first job in news, at the age of 23, I made $6.50 an hour. $6.50 an hour. My paychecks were about $500 every week, every 2 weeks. My rent was $4.95. It was horrible. It wasn't fair, but it's what I wanted. This job, this career, this path, this is what I've always wanted. So I had to keep my eye on it and make sacrifices in my life. You're going to work your tail off on a project, and your professor, your teacher, your boss is not going to give you a pat on the back or not going to say good job. You're going to have to go to work, and you're going to have to go to class for an exam when you have strep throat. When your friends are having a 4th of July barbecue, you'll be at work because your office doesn't close. You'll work on Memorial Day, Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve, Christmas, New Year's Day. You get the idea? It's not like skipping class. When you're in the real world, you skip work, you're fired. Your parents won't call your boss and make things better for you. Side note on that. There was a girl, when I was the main anchor in Texas, she was a reporter right out of college. She didn't do her job. I could tell you the story, but it would bore you. Long story short, at the end of the day, she didn't do her job. So I said, Patty, this is unacceptable. You went here to do your job. She's part of the entitlement generation, right? Guess what happened next? Her mom called me. She's 23 years old. Her mom called me every name in the book, and I've heard them all. You can't talk to my daughter like that. Yes, I can. you don't do your job, there's consequences. There's consequences for every action we do. Don't have your parents call for you, especially when you're like an adult. There will be someone at your work who's going to work harder than you. There will be someone at your work who does not work as hard as you, but will get promoted before you. Your boss may not like you. You might not like your boss, but their position deserves your respect. I work with people, when they walk in the room, I do one of these. I don't like them, but I respect them. It's like in life, it's like being in class, and like you hear all the stories about bullying. Anti-bullying is a big thing for me. You don't have to like everybody, and that's where schools, we need to change everything we think of. It's not about being friends and singing Kumbaya and let's come over for a sleepover, have a pizza party. You're not gonna like everybody, and that's okay. Not everyone's gonna like you, but everyone deserves your respect. Everyone deserves a little bit of this. The person is not in this room, so I'm not gonna call him out, but when I was walking into this building, a young person was walking by on their phone like this. Never once looked up. So I said, hello. Good morning. Get up, put the phones down. Look, eye contact. Make eye contact with people. You're going to be judged, ladies, I'm sorry, but you're going to be judged on your looks. It's horrible, it stinks, it's not fair, but it happens. You're going to be judged on your weight. It happens. That's a reflection on those people. It's not a reflection on you. There will be nights that you go home and you cry because adulting and being a grown-up is just too hard. I do it often. Last week, I almost cried. A man posted on Facebook that he would rather look at his horse than look at me on the news. Well, horses are majestic, so I don't know. I mean, fine. I'd look at a horse too instead of me. It's funny that Mr. Thomas just said something that was in his PowerPoint. It's the same thing I have written here. It is hard, but nothing worth having ever comes easy. Ever. I wouldn't have won Emmys if I never got knocked off my high horse. I would never be in the position I am right now had I not known what it was like to make $6.50 an hour, to work day after day after day without a break, sometimes volunteering my time. You're not owed anything. I'm not owed anything. You need to be willing to learn. Be willing to listen. Be willing to accept the fact that you do not know everything. You don't. I don't. I learn every day. Every single day. Like this morning, my daughter told me, she's 8, please don't embarrass me. And Mom, Facebook isn't cool anymore. Okay, got it. But I learn about important stuff about our community. Be willing to put yourself out there. Be humble. You could be the smartest person in your class. You could be the most athletic person on that field, on that court, in that gym. You could be the most beautiful person to ever grace us with your presence. Don't act like it. It's that simple. Humility is so important. Be loyal. Do what you say and say what you're going to do. Be loyal. Have your family's back. Put your parents, your grandparents, whoever raised you on a pedestal, because you will never understand that sacrifice until you're a parent. Be gracious. When someone gives you a compliment, thank you. We had a reporter the other day, and I said, that was a great story. I know. Just say thank you. Be accountable. Own up to it. I used to work with somebody, and he made a mistake. He was the director of the newscast. I mean, we were all over the place. At one point, they morphed it was like my head, no, it was my hair on Schnack's head. Do you guys know Mark Schnackenberg? So he was bald right here and had like this long blonde hair coming out. It was funny, you know? It was a mistake. I said, what happened? I don't know. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Well, I don't know if I don't know who else would have done it. I mean, it's okay. No, it wasn't me. I'm not perfect. We're not perfect. Just be like, my bad. Won't happen again. You'll get so much respect. Be the first one there and the last one to leave. Just don't show up somewhere. Show up and stay committed. Don't rush out of somewhere. If your coach tells you to run 2 laps, run 4. Give more. You're going to fall, and it's okay. It is okay. But as long as you keep getting back up, you will be successful. Your character is all defined by how you respond to adversity. We can all be great and nice and these great people when everything's going our way, right? It's easy then. But when everything's against us, it's hard. I'm going to tell you one quick story, then my time's almost up. I came off the set one day, and 2 of the women I work with were standing there like this. I said, what happened? Someone called. I said, what'd they call about? Now, mind you, this was the newscast that we just announced we won Emmys. I was nominated for 3, I won 2. Just announced that. Coming off a high. This woman calls, and she said that she just thinks you're still fat. We have caller ID. I said, give me her number. So you see, my general manager and my news director know that I'm from Philadelphia and I have like a sharp tongue. They're like, no, Amanda, no. I go, no, I'll be good. I promise. Call the number. Hello? I said, hi, did you just call KWWL? I did. I said, you had some concerns about Amanda Goodman? Well, yes, I do. I said, hi, this is Amanda Goodman. And then it was crickets. I said, hello? Yeah. I said, do you remember any of the stories I reported tonight? I said. Well, I know that Ron was talking about this, and then Ron was saying this, and then Mark was talking about. I said, yeah, do you remember anything that I said tonight? Nope. Because that you were only focused on the exterior. I said, all right, ma'am. I encourage you just to stay in your lane. And if you don't like me, then don't watch. It's that simple. Have a great day. That's the key. Stay in your lane. If it doesn't affect you, don't worry about what someone else is doing. Unless you need to stand up for somebody, mind your business and stay in your lane. Focus on you. Focus on your goals. But again, remember, your character will be defined in the way you respond to adversity. I want to leave you with this, and I want you to remember this, because my dad still tells me this. I am 25. He's been telling me my whole life. You guys believed I was 25, didn't you? He didn't say anything. Thank you. No, I'm not. But my whole life, my dad has said this. The same boiling water that softens the potato hardens the egg. It's about what you're made of, not the circumstances. Thank you so much for having me here. It was a pleasure. It really was an honor. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it one more time for Amanda. I'm a tech guy and I don't know how to run this. Isn't that fun? All right, Next up, we've got Greg Thomas. Greg is the younger brother of Coach Ed Thomas and was inspired to go into the coaching profession because of the impact his brother and his college football coach had on his life. Greg is currently in his 27th year of teaching and coaching. He is the athletic director and assistant vice principal and head football coach at Humboldt High School. In 2006, Coach Thomas led his football team to a 12-1 record and a state title. Coach Thomas has also been selected as the head coach in the 2017 Shrine Bowl. Let's go ahead and welcome Greg Thomas.
You guys are thinking, holy cow, the speakers are getting older by the minute here. Just wait till after lunch. Right, Coach Kearns? I don't know if any of you have ever seen glasses like this, but they have a magnet. These are my reading glasses. I could have put this in font like number 36 and I wouldn't need these, but it'd be like 14 pages long. So I think it's important for you to know a little bit about where I'm coming from as far as leadership goes. I'm 48 years old. I'm the assistant, as Mark said, I'm the assistant principal at Humboldt High School. I'm also the AD and the football coach there. I'm the father of two awesome kids. Madison is a junior. She's 21 years old. She's a junior at Wartburg, and she's studying engineering. She got that gene from her mother as far as being a good student. And our son is an 18-year-old senior with three high school football games to play. And this Friday is senior night, so I'm not doing as well as he is leading up to the last home game here that I'm going to coach him. But one good thing that I'm very happy about, I'm glad that Aaron, my nephew, is Drew's godfather, and they have never evidently spoke about their curfew growing up because Drew's is an hour earlier than what Aaron had. Aaron had a midnight curfew, and Drew has an 11 o'clock curfew back home. But I am the youngest of 5 siblings. Ed was the oldest, and I'm the youngest, and there were three sisters in between. I wanted to start out about a little story. This is a story that you would not know about my brother. About 8 or 9 years ago, we have a genetic, I don't know, it's just a genetic flaw, evidently. Thomas men, and it bleeds into a couple of my sisters too, we aren't very good drivers. In fact, we're probably considered horrible drivers. I don't think that none of us think we're bad. I don't think that I'm very bad. Ed never thought that he was a bad driver. I know Aaron doesn't think that he's a bad driver. About 8 or 9 years ago, my coaching staff, we were headed down to Iowa City to the football coaches clinic. And we're on I-380. 2 of my faults in driving, so my family and my assistants say. They say that I travel too closely behind the car in front of me, tailgating, and they say that I drive way too fast and not attentive to the road and that kind of thing. So we're cruising down 380 headed to Iowa City, and I'm talking to my assistant, and he's kind of braced like, holy cow. And one of my assistants in the back say, hey, Coach, if you speed up just a little bit more, I think Coach Madsen can reach up in the vehicle in front of him and grab some of those guys' potato chips, and we could all have some potato chips back here. And I don't know, I'm probably doing about 78 miles an hour, or maybe 81. And all of a sudden, there's a red streak that comes flying by us on the left-hand side. And we look over, and it's my brother Ed driving the AP van. And Coach Wigman, longtime assistant here, is going like, waving to us like, this might be the last time we see you. Now, the really funny part about that story is, a lot of you guys don't know, my brother Ed taught driver's ed here for years and years and years. And we always talk, even Aaron talked about how bad a driver he was, and 2 or 3 years ago, we were back home at my mom's for a holiday, and I had the misfortune to get to ride to Oskaloosa with Aaron. Aaron, I think in the 18 miles to Oskaloosa, we went off the road like 7 times. Aaron's the worst of all of us, but he'll say he is not. You know, listening to Aaron speak, I'm afraid maybe we had the same speechwriter. So some of the things that I'm going to talk about are a lot of the things that Aaron talked about, maybe just from a slightly different perspective. But I really firmly believe, as Aaron does, that everything happens for a reason. I don't think things just randomly happen. Now, I don't know if you can see from here. I'm not 100% sure what the reason is for this large cold sore on my lower lip, but everything happens for a reason. I think that there's a reason that you're here today, like Aaron talked about. Maybe there was an adult in your school that thought you could get something out of this. Maybe you volunteered to come here today. Maybe your best friend begged you so they wouldn't have to come alone. Maybe you just want to get out of a day of school, and I get that. Being the assistant principal, I get that. I just want you to know that we're all here. You and I are both here for a reason, and it's your responsibility to get something out of today. Maybe you've already got something. Maybe you're going to get something later on. But don't waste this opportunity. The reason I'm here today, one of the main reasons is I don't think I probably would have got asked to speak here if I wasn't Ed's little brother. That's one of the first reasons. And the other reason that I'm really here today, because this isn't necessarily in my comfort zone, speaking in front of 500 people. When I first got into coaching in I got my first head coaching job at Galva Holstein in 1993. And we weren't very good for a couple seasons, and then we had a really good year, and we went 9-2 and made the quarterfinals. And in coaching, if you have success, sometimes you get asked to speak at coaching clinics. And I got asked to speak at the Jefferson Football Clinic, and I was really nervous about it. One of the things I really miss about not having my brother around is just be able to call and have a conversation with him. And when we watch that video clip, just to hear his voice it's just refreshing for me. We still have one of the last phone messages on our phone. We still have a phone at home, and we still have that last voice message that he left. But I called Ed and I said, Ed, I don't know what I'm going to talk about. What can I possibly speak after coaching 3 years? What can I possibly tell a bunch of coaches that have been coaching 25 years? He said, it doesn't matter what you talk about. And the reason I'm here is because he always encouraged me, anytime you get an invitation to speak in public, take it. Because someone thinks you have something to share, whatever the content might be. Someone thinks that you have something important to share with the people, or they wouldn't ask you. And probably more important, he said, number two, when you speak in public, it forces you to really think about what you believe in. And as I sit down and write notes for today, that message just kept coming back. Make sure that you really think about what you believe in when you get in places of leadership or in front of people like this. The second story I want to tell you a little bit about my brother. Coach Heitland from Dallas Center Grimes is here today, and Coach Heitland used to coach up here at Appleton and Parkersburg years ago. Most of you at least know what happened on June 24th, 2009. The day that Ed was murdered. Most of you don't know, Coach Heitland does, Coach Kearns does, Coach Wigman does, Coach Thomas, the younger Coach Thomas does, Todd Thomas. On the 23rd, the day before my brother died, we were scheduled to go down to Dallas Center Grimes and do an offensive line camp. Ed and some of his assistants went around the state to places that he knew, people that he knew, and put on offensive line camps in the summertime. And a lot of times he'd ask me to come along with him. And I came this close to calling Ed and saying, hey, I can't come. I got way too much stuff to do at school. I'm not going to be able to make it. But I didn't do that. All the way down there, if Scott will remember this, all the way down there, the weather was horrible. There was a thunderstorm going through. I drove in lightning and rain the whole way. I had just assumed at any minute I was going to get a phone call from Coach Heitland saying, hey, the weather's too bad, we're not going to be able to have this. But none of that happened. I had an opportunity to spend about 6.5 hours on the very last day of my brother's life on this earth with him. And that's a blessing that I can't even put into words. But like I said, everything happens for a reason. And one of those moments, we were taking a break. And those of you that didn't have an opportunity, a lot of the young people didn't have an opportunity to know my brother. He was high-strung, I guess is a good word to use. He was very high energy, highly motivated, and it was one of the worst June days weather-wise. It was hot, humid. I was dying. I wanted to be anywhere but there at the moment. And we're taking a break, and I'm sitting down, and Ed's standing, and he said, Greg, you're the only one that will tell me when I don't have it anymore, when I can't reach young people, you got to tell me it's time to get out. And I'm like, can I have another glass of water? You know, he's high energy and ready to go and mad we have a break, and I'm dying. And then in the very next breath, he says, I think if I could go 15 more years, at that time he only had 3 grandsons, I think. If I could go 15 more years, and he was 59 at the time, I think I could coach all 3 of my grandsons. But that special time, I think about that time a lot, and I feel a little bit guilty because my sisters didn't necessarily have that time. But before we left that day, and Ed was a very loving person, and everybody knew how he felt about them. But he and I don't think maybe with our sisters, we didn't verbalize that a lot, and we certainly didn't hug and kiss and that kind of thing all that much. But before we left that day, Ed comes up and hands me my check for being there, and he gives me kind of a half hug and said, I love you. And, you know, those are moments that I know everything happens for a reason. We're sitting in this auditorium today, as Aaron pointed out earlier, probably because of the 2 darkest days in Parkersburg and Appling and Parkersburg history. May 25th, 2008, when the tornado hit. Without that tornado happening, we're not sitting in this beautiful high school in this auditorium. They didn't have an auditorium before that tornado. Without June 24th, 2009, there's no way we're here. When this foundation started, we talked about having a coaches clinic for coaches who are coaching the young people. And we've kind of evolved to where my brother's true passion was, and was till the day he died, was you people. His true passion was trying to touch young people's lives. So we kind of turned our focus a little bit more toward the young people and the leaders in the high school, which are you people. But without those 2 darkest days in Appling and Parkersburg history, we're not sitting here today. It's a response that the community, the school district, my brother was one of the leaders in that after the tornado. Aaron talked about picking yourselves up and dusting yourself off and moving forward and making things better out of a horribly tragic situation. And then Aaron and Todd and Jan, my sister-in-law, along with our family, getting up in front of people on the darkest day of our lives and making a positive out of a horrible situation. Another thing I thought about with in getting ready for today, talking about things happen for a reason. Anybody know how many NFL football players have come out of Parkersburg and Appling Parkersburg High School? 4, right? How does that happen? Parkersburg is a community of about 2,000 people. Appleton is probably a little over 1,000. I think everything happens for a reason. One of our big fundraisers that Aaron talked about is our celebrity golf tournament. Those 4 NFL players know a lot of people that we don't know. They've been able to help get people to come back, celebrities to come back and play in our celebrity golf tournament to help raise money to make this possible. Like I said, those are just examples of how I think everything happens for a reason. And you can turn tragic events into something very positive just by your mental outlook and how you approach things, how you respond. Aaron talked a lot about how you respond. Each one of us are given a certain amount of God-given ability. And Amanda talked about maybe not everybody will get treated fairly based on your gender. Different things are going to affect that. But we're all given a certain amount of God-given ability. And they're given for us, I really believe, to share with other people. You can have a positive impact, even if you don't think you can. You can have a positive impact And it doesn't have to be a stage in an auditorium. It doesn't have to be as an assistant principal in a high school, as a head football coach, or the head basketball coach at UNI. Each one of us, each one of you have an opportunity to have a positive impact right where you live, right where you sit at lunch, right where you sit in algebra class, where you're at on Saturday night with your group of friends. Each one of us have an opportunity. You don't have to, like I said, you don't have to be it doesn't have to be a huge stage. You don't have to have a family member murdered to have an impact on other people. The biggest thing I would say is go to as many things like this as you can. Listen to those people that you respect, but be ready. Be ready when that opportunity happens. Aaron said, you know, he had no idea the morning that Ed died that he was going to be standing in front of CNN and nationwide news doing a press conference. Use your experiences. Your experiences are teaching you more than you really know. And lean on those experiences as you have opportunities. As opportunity knocks, step through the door and take on that responsibility. Ed had no idea that on May 25th of 2008, when he woke up, that a third of the community of Parkersburg was going to be destroyed, and that his home away from home, and Jan might refute that, this might have been his home, and that might have been his home away from home, a block away, but was going to be completely destroyed. But he, along with a lot of people in this community, led. Because of the opportunity they had, they stepped forward and were leaders that the community needed. You know, Aaron spoke a little bit about Ed's upbringing, and I had the same father and mother that Ed had. We had two completely different lives growing up. You don't have to have a big name. You don't have to come from you don't have to be a Kennedy or a Clinton or whatever it might be to have an opportunity, and you never know what the opportunities are going to be. But growing up in Wattier, Iowa, there weren't a whole lot of things to do. Ed and I both grew up and graduated from Tri-County High School, a little small school. They play 8-man football now. It's a lot smaller than when I was there. A population of about 750 people. Mom and Dad, I bet if you went through their bank accounts, they never had more than $50,000 would be a complete stretch if they ever had $50,000 at any one time. Mom taught school for 2 years, and she was a housewife for the rest of her life, and she's 87, still being a mom. Dad worked several blue-collar jobs. And out of that, Ed came out of a very modest upbringing. My point is, it doesn't matter where you're at, what your family structure is. You have an opportunity. You can make changes. We spoke a little bit about cell phones, so I'm going to skip over that part. I want you to think about what your school culture is like right now. Is your school culture, is it a positive, encouraging place to be, especially for new people? Are you highly competitive in athletics, academics, fine arts? Is it somewhere where you take a lot of pride in being from? I wore my blue pullover. I know Dyke New Hartford and AP have a little bit of a rivalry. I wore my blue pullover in the day, even though it's blue. I know blue is kind of a bad color around here, around Appling, Parkersburg, but take pride in where you're from. Do you have a lot of school pride? Or is your high school lacking in some school pride? Is there a hostile environment? Social media craze is, as an assistant principal, I see some of the worst things that's ever been said about other people when I get these, she said this about me, or he said this about me. I just wonder how many of you would be willing to turn your phone on, open up your text message or however you communicate, and would be willing to hand it up 3 rows and let someone else that you don't even know thumb through what you have written there or what you have received. It's a dangerous tool. I think it's the most dangerous thing we have for our society right now is our social media. Is your high school, this is one that's really concerning to me. Is there just, not even is it really bad or is there just a sense of apathy? I just check in at 8:20, go to class, the bell rings at 3:20, I go home. Not a sense of, am I here to get the best possible education I can get? And it goes from the teachers too. Am I doing all I can in my classroom to make that student want to be in my classroom? You guys have more control over the quality of culture at your school than anybody else. As an assistant principal, we can put rules in place. You guys have us far outnumbered, you students. I mean, at my high school, we have about 25 staff members and we have 475 students. We're way outnumbered. The only real change to culture and community that can come about is from the young people, from the people that walk through the halls. And when we talk about young people and leadership, I don't think it's rocket science. Some of the things that Aaron talked about, some of the best leaders that I come in contact on a daily basis with in our high school are young people who do what's right. Do what's right at all times. Aaron talked about when nobody's around, nobody's looking. Be kind to other people. It takes about 3 seconds to say hello and smile to someone. And that could change that person's day. You have the power to impact people far beyond what you know and what you think. Treat others with respect. That was mentioned in the last segment. Work hard at everything that you do and be a positive force in your school. Start out by being a positive force in the 5 or 6 people that you hang out with on the most consistent basis. And then start out being that same positive force at the lunch table that you sit at each day. And then in the algebra class. You have total control over that. And honestly, young people, we need you. We need you to be that positive force in our schools. One thing I would if you want to try this, I don't know, we've never tried it at home. If you want to be a leader in your school, tomorrow, leave your cell phone on your dresser at home and just go to school without it. And spend every minute that you would be on your cell phone during the school day interacting with somebody else. Better yet, interact with someone that you've never interacted with. You know, that guy who wears the same t-shirt 3 days a week? Or that gal that never sits with anybody except a couple of teachers and lunch? Interact with those people. Get to know them. You don't have any idea what their story is if you never get to know them. It might be the light that they need. My time is getting pretty close here. Bobby Knight, you can think what you want about Bobby Knight. I like a lot of things about Bobby Knight. Don't necessarily agree with all of his tactics and that kind of thing. Some of you are saying, who's Bobby Knight? You guys are getting a lot younger and I'm getting a lot older. Bobby Knight was interviewed one time and they said, are young people different today? And Bobby Knight said, no, young people aren't different. The thing that's different is young people don't have as many or enough quality adults in their lives anymore. You guys are getting close to that adulthood age. When you guys graduate from high school, go on to college, go on to be moms and dads, lawyers, doctors, blue-collar workers, whatever it might be in life, we need you to be those quality adults in the next generation's lives. I'm a little worried about where our society is and where it's headed. You guys are our answer. You guys are our hope. In Dallas Center Grimes, in Manson, Iowa, I'm just rattling off a few schools I saw in Waverly, Iowa. You don't have to change the world. You have to change the world where you are. You have to go about changing the world where you are. And that's how you change the world. That's how we change the world. That's the leadership that we need. And like I said, it's not about standing up and debating a presidential debate. It's about changing our society one family at a time. I'm going to leave you with this, and this is a little bit morbid. It's a little bit hard for young people your age to think about. I heard this on the radio several years ago, and it stayed with me for a long time, and I really think it's true. One of these days, each and every one of us is going to die. And for a lot of us, the only thing that's going to be left is a tombstone. And on that tombstone, there's going to be your name, obviously, and the date that you were born and the date that you died. And the most significant thing on that tombstone is the tiny little dash in between those two dates. The dash represents your life. It represents what you did with the time you had here on earth. And none of us are promised tomorrow. So we never know when that second date's going to be typed in, or chiseled in that stone. The challenge, you think about how you want to be remembered, what your legacy is going to be. And that's very difficult for a person in their teens. I get that. As I get older, I think about how I'm going to be remembered, if I've done enough in my family, have I done enough in the schools that I've been in, have I done enough in my circle of friends. It's not going to matter when that last date's chiseled on your tombstone. It's not going to matter how much money you had in your bank account. It's not going to matter how many homes you had, how many vacations you got to take to Florida, Hawaii, or wherever it might be. It's not going to matter one iota about how many hours you worked each week. And you have to do all of those things. You have to be a contributing member of society. But the things that our society measures us on as far as success, none of that material stuff is going to matter one bit. Because the only thing that's going to be left over once we're gone is the impact that we've had on the people around us. The things that your family, someday hopefully the good Lord will bless you with a wife or a husband and children. The only thing that's ever going to matter is what kind of person you were. What kind of impact, positive impact or negative impact, you had on those people. Aaron shared a story about my dad growing up. When Ed grew up, he was an alcoholic. When I was about 6 months old, my dad had an accident, broke a vertebrae in his neck, was partially paralyzed for about 9 months. I'm very, very happy to say I didn't grow up with the same dad as Ed did. They were the same people, but my dad never drank a drop after that accident. I didn't know my dad as an alcoholic. And a credit to Ed, Ed never once was resentful of the fact that I had a better dad than he had, that he was at my athletic events when he wasn't at Ed's. Impact, and Ed took that negative and used it as a positive. Fortunately for me, it was a positive, so I could build on that positive thing hopefully with my kids. If you think about your legacy, think about how you want to be remembered and have the impact that we need each and every one of you to have. Start small. You might someday be on a big stage. It might never be any bigger than the group of people that you hang out with or your family. But think about the legacy. Think about your opportunities. Seize the moment. Be prepared. Be ready to go. Leadership is we can define it, we can talk about it and everything like that. I think it boils down to, like Aaron said, doing what's right, being positive, making choices. Bad things are going to happen to you. I guarantee you bad things are going to happen to you in your life. It's up to us to respond in a positive manner and lead from example, and do something for somebody else. It's called servant mentality, and I know you'll hear a little bit more about that later. But thank you for the opportunity. It's been a tremendous honor for me to be here. Thank you.
All right, so a couple things. We're going to have a break, we're going to do a quick huddle, and we'll have lunch. But as a recap from this morning, I want you to all just think about what are some of the consistent things that you're hearing from each one of these speakers. So you've got your quick huddle questions, but in addition to that, think about some consistencies that you're hearing from each one of these speakers and how those could apply to you. So again, let's do that. Let's do quick huddle. Then you've got a little break. Group A, everybody should know their groups. We'll go to lunch, and Group B will stay in here, come back in here. at 11:10 for Coach Kearns. All right, up next we've got Al Kearns. Al Kearns began teaching and coaching at Parkersburg High School in 1978. He retired from Appleton Parkersburg in 2014 after 36 years of teaching. During his career at Parkersburg and Appleton Parkersburg, he was an assistant coach to Ed Thomas for over 30 years, the head girls track coach for 29 years, and also coached girls 6-on-6 basketball, which many of you probably don't remember, for a time. During their 30 years of coaching together, Coach Kearns and Coach Thomas both shared an uncanny ability to motivate young people to help them reach their maximum potential and achieve things that they previously thought were impossible. This ability to lead to a very successful football program at AP, his gift of motivation also led to a successful girls track program. The 2001 AP girls track team won a state title, and the 1997, 99, 2000, and 2007 teams finished as state runner-up. Over his teaching career, Mr. Kearns has taught psychology, sociology, at-risk, and character development and leadership. He currently helps implement the character development and leadership curriculum to schools in the Midwest. Over the past 2 years, Coach Kearns has helped the Ed Thomas Family Foundation develop our Leadership Academy to help carry on the legacy of Coach Thomas by trying to impact young people. He also does motivational speaking for schools, communities, and businesses. With that, help me welcome Al Kearns.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. I've listened to the speakers this morning, and I hope some of you out there are getting it. I've been inspired by every one of them. Every one of them has brought a tear to my eye. What an opportunity you have today. And I feel like right now, this moment, after listening to them, now I'm not as smart as I'm going to get, but this is the smartest I've ever been after listening to them. I watch the news, I watch things going on, and I'm thinking, why aren't they running for president? Now that's the kind of stuff I want to hear, but we won't get on TV. We won't make the news. But that's what makes it nonetheless. If my clicker's working here, I got to tell you, people, I'm not as good a person as Ed Thomas because I could be in jail because I stole this off the internet. And I put it up there. And I don't know who to acknowledge for it. But that's what we're about today. That's what we're about. Making more leaders. And that we ask every one of you, when you walk out that door today, when you walk out for the last time, are you going to be better than when you walked in? That's what our hope is. That's what your supervisors that brought you, that's what their hope is. That when you leave here today, it was time well spent and your behavior changes in a positive direction. That's what we're about. You know, we have evaluation sheets in your bags, and those mean a lot to us, and we've learned from that. And be honest, get together, fill out those evaluation sheets, they mean a lot to us. Now, there's some feedback on there I want to warn you about that we always get. Sometimes we will get this from our evaluations. You know, I listened to the first speaker and the second speaker and the third speaker and so on, and they all say the same thing. That's it. You get it. Don't throw that away. That's the point. It's the same thing your parents tell you. It's the same thing your teachers and your leaders and your preachers are telling you at home. It's the same thing. Might be in a different way, but it's the same thing. Don't disregard that. So as we go and we're talking about this leadership, that's what it is. When I was a young person starting out in my job, my mom sold motivational books so I could get them free. And I read all these motivational books. And then finally I realized, you know what, if you could take them all, they all say the same thing. That's it. Now, some of us will connect with some of you and not so much with the rest of you. And we hope that's what makes today worthwhile. So as we go and we say, you're out there, I want you to know this, especially in this election year. You look, don't miss this. One person can make a difference. Don't be one of those that says, I'm just one person, it doesn't matter. My vote won't matter. You're wrong. You're dead wrong. I hope that's what this Leadership Academy is about. You know, yeah, my name's Al Kearns. I'm an old teacher. You know, I look at all these people up here today. We got all these, you know, you listen to those speakers. How about that? You know, is my wife out there? Dang it. Because I was going to tell you, that Amanda Goodman is my kind of woman. I got to tell you. That's good stuff. What a role model for you people to see and hear. Don't miss that. So as we go, yeah, I got to tell you about my wife. I'm married for 40 years. I don't know today about political correctness. I'm not real good at that. But I will tell you, I don't want to offend anybody. Nothing I would ever say I would ever want to offend any one of you. But I'll tell you this. I hope you get an experience in your life from a significant other for almost 41 years, my wife. Without her, I'm not here today. I'm not anywhere today. And I don't know if it's right to tell you about being married and all this and that and all the opportunities you have and all the options that we have out there. That's fine. But I can tell you this. It's been everything in my life. I hope you're that fortunate. So he said, we were blessed with some sons. We got some great daughter-in-laws and grandkids. What a, you know, that's good. That's good stuff. I wish that all for you. I did a lot of coaching. I coached some football, some girls track. I go back to 6-on-6 girls basketball. Probably not very many. You know, what? 6-on, what? Yeah, we used to do that in Iowa. We moved on. You need to know this. I am a mutt. And what I mean by that, I don't have a lot of paperwork. Everybody here today is famous. All the other speakers are like good looking. They got degrees. They got master's degrees, doctor's degrees. We got Division I, you know. And then there's me. I got a degree to where I could teach, and teachers out there. I'm pretty sure I was always legal. I'm pretty sure I kept my hours up. But other than that, I don't have a special degree. I say, hey, I was taught in the trenches. I learned from people like you. I have a unique experience that I've been able to go to a lot of schools in Iowa and speak to young people. And I tell you this, I mean this. You're the best we got. And I'm talking about the United States of America. That to me makes today so important because some of you sitting there right now, someday you're going to make it. And what I mean, you don't have to make it, you don't have to be famous, but some of you are going to achieve powerful positions. And I hope you take some of what you hear today with you because that's what we need. Now, I'm going to say, okay, class. Since I'm a teacher, you're my class today, a big class, about 250 of you should be out there. I'm your teacher, sorry. That's the only way I know how to do something. So I'm going to teach you, so I'm going to start you off. If you come in my high school classroom, first day I'm going to tell you this early on in the lesson. Now pay attention. If you believe everything I say, you may be an idiot. Now, when you go home today, you need to focus because if your parents ask you and you say, what'd you learn today? And you go, I don't know, some old guy said we're idiots. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you shouldn't believe everything I say. You shouldn't believe everything anyone says. Even today with the good stuff, you got to think for yourself. That's where leadership starts. Think for yourself. That's leadership. I taught some great classes. I taught psych and soc and a great character development and leadership course, which I use a lot of that information here today. But I'm telling you, I loved it in class because when you think for yourself as a student, I would have students say, hey, Kearns, you said this, but I think that. All right. That's good stuff. You're thinking. You're taking to think. That's what we want. And maybe we will never agree, but we got to disagree in an agreeable way. I don't know how many teachers are out there, but we got to be teaching this because it's not happening and it's not getting role modeled in the media, and our candidates are embarrassing. I don't think that's how this country was built. I do not. I do not believe that. I'm not going for it, and I'm not changing my mind ever. So we go, hey, we can disagree in an agreeable way. That's leadership. Now, This is a mature skill, and you're going to remain respectful to the other person. It's essential in relationships. You will never be married 41 years like me if you can't do that. Both sides. Because let me tell you, my wife does not always agree with me. But she's stayed with it. Sometimes wonder why. Now, the topic today is obviously leadership. And there's many types of leadership. There's positive leadership, negative leaderships. These are not tough concepts. This isn't calculus. You can be a verbal leader. Now, right now, that's my role. I'm here, I'm supposed to be a leader, and I got to be verbal. You can lead by example. You get people in your groups who don't say anything, but you know. Wow. Wow. Sometimes in your sports, you're out there. And you're looking and you go, I'm so tired, I don't know if I... And you look up and that person's going, and they're going hard. And you go, I can do it. They don't say anything. They're leaders. You can have a democratic. You can be an authoritarian. You can be laissez-faire or laissez-faire like your peer groups to where you don't really, it's just kind of whatever. But today, what we're talking about, in sociology, we learn that throughout the day we're in many groups. And while we're in those groups, all of those groups have leadership. We get up when we're in our family, and if you just take a typical day, you go to school, every class is a different group. We don't consciously think about this until we take sociology, but our groups are changing all the time. And every time the groups change, the norms change. And what the norms means is your behavior expectations of every group is different. So if some of you, I'm not preaching to you, but I just use this as an example because it's kind of extreme. If you have a group and you go to a church group and your preacher's there, you're going to use different language than you use with your peer group, right? Am I right? Go like this. Lie to me. Yeah, Okay, so we change and we adapt, and we're doing that all the time. So we say, they all have leadership. Now, psychology is individual. It's about self-leadership. Thinking for yourself is individual. That's self-leadership. I think that's where it starts. Leadership isn't about making a bunch of other people be like you. It's about you. Leadership's about you. It's individual. And when you go and you say, hey, today we're going to be talking about positive leadership only in those groups and with yourself. Positive only. I'm disregarding everything else. Only positive leadership. That's what we're about today. So come on. Okay, so positive leadership to me is leadership with character. And leadership without character. If you've heard me speak, you've heard me say this. Leadership without character is a failure of leadership. That's good stuff. I could put that on a test. You could probably pass. But I'm a teacher. That's information. Now let's make some knowledge out of it. What does that mean, really? Well, I know what it means. So you go and you say, hey, come on, clicker. What does character mean? Do you have good character? And some of you could ask yourself that question. You see, today, people, are you listening to me? We want today to be a mirror. I'm holding a mirror right up here for you to look into and examine yourself. And I'm asking you that question. Here's a mirror. Look into it. Do you have good character? And if you say yes, what does that mean? If you say no, what does that mean? That means a lot. I want anyone here to know that if you come and ask me, Mr. Kearns, would you write me a resume? Because I've been asked that. I said, first of all, I'm a teacher, excuse me, but it's resume. It looks like resume, but it's resume. So yes, I will write you a resume. Because you did some important things. You showed up every day and you showed up on time. I won't write a resume for anyone who can't get to school on time every day. Not most of the time, every day. If you can't get your butt out of bed and get to school by 8:20 at our school, I'm not going to write you a resume. Goodness sakes. You saying next year when you're out on your own, you're going to do better? Get somebody else. So here's the best thing I can say about you. This young person has great character. That's the best compliment you can get from me. Now, we still haven't got to, Mr. Kearns, what does that mean? Okay, I'm going to show you a picture of good character. Are you ready? It's one of my favorite pictures. It's beautiful. When you see it, you're going to go, oh, look at that. And I'm even colorblind. Yeah. And, you know, all the great things I'm telling you today, some of you go home and you go, I don't know, there's this like fat old man up there and he was colorblind. Focus. Character is a centerpiece word. And it's got all these other words around it. And if I say you have good character, strong character, you display great character qualities, I'm saying you do pretty darn good at all those little words there. And I call those little words the words of great power and meaning, with character being the centerpiece word. It's complex. I just don't mean, okay, you're a good kid, you come to school every day, you work hard, you're a hard worker. That's a character trait. It's not up there. There could be other words. But if you're just a hard worker, I'm not going to say you have good character. You got to do more. You got to have a great attitude. You got to show respect to yourself and others. You got to have courage. And all those words, when I taught this great character development leadership course, we would take each of those words and spend a week on them. Imagine spending a week on one of those words in high school. It's a thing of beauty, let me tell you, because some of the speakers prior to me were talking about phones. You guys communicate, there's no question. You use language, you communicate more than any people in the history of the world. What do you say? I asked some people in my class one time, who sends the most texts daily? And I can't even tell you the hundreds of numbers that I came up with. I had a couple girls that I can't remember. It was so high it doesn't even register for me how many texts they sent per day. What did you say? At the end of the day, what did you say? When you're communicating and you're using your twit face or your snip snap or whatever it is you guys do, I don't even know what it's all about. I don't do that. See, look at this. Look at this. You want to make fun of a fat old man? I got a flip phone. Yeah, they still make them. Works fine. So we go, you know, as you're going and you say, what do you say? To me, these are the words of great power and meaning. And we would go, hey, you know what? I would say things like this. I would say, Trev, what's your favorite word?
Perseverance.
Say it again.
Perseverance.
Perseverance. Is it up there? Yep. Good. Have you studied it? Yep. Yes, you have. He's used to it. I could ask him why he likes perseverance, and he means it. It's in him. It's emotional. These are kind of words, when you say them, you feel them. They're emotional. When I used to start off and I say, okay, day one, character development leadership, what's your favorite word? And the number one favorite word the first day of I hope I don't fall off here. I get excited. I know you don't. I'm having a great time. I know you're not. I am. So I'd say, what's your favorite word? And they go, I don't know. And sometimes you go, what's your favorite word? And the number one favorite word in my class the first day was, I'm like, that's really a good word, that You see somebody say, and you just want to go, you're a genius. How you know, your verbal gymnastics, and I'm stymied. So we go and we say, hey, I want you to have a favorite word. When we're done with this course, you're going to have a favorite word. And they did. And a lot of them would go like this at the end when I put it on the test. What's your favorite word and why? Mr. Kearns, can I have more than one? Yes. And I had that guy in my class. He was in my class every trimester. You know the guy that said, oh, Kearns, we're supposed to have a favorite word. What's your favorite word? I go, no problem. It's integrity. I can't even, it's integrity. Not because I'm good at it, because I'm inspired by it. What's integrity mean? Every word on there is like this. Integrity is people say, well, it's about being honest. No, it's more than that. It's saying, this is important to me, and that's how I'm going to live. Coach Thomas was a faith family football. Now, again, I'm not preaching to you. If you're not in religion, that's fine. But that's the example. And that's how he lived his life. Try it. Is honesty important to you? Live honest. Say, how many of you would raise your hand? Let's have a little participation. Raise your hand. Honesty is important to me. That's a value. Okay? So now, we all know honesty is important to you. Now, I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand on this one because it scares me. Do you cheat on your schoolwork? And that includes you smarties letting people copy. That's cheating. So next time they ask you, can I copy your stuff? Say, no, thank you, I'm not doing that anymore. But they won't like me. Are you kidding me? You worried about your 5,000 friends on TwitFace? I don't know what happened to you guys. I don't know what happened to people. If they're not going to like you for that, they're not going to like you. Not everybody likes you. I love that. Amanda Goodman. I'm like, yes! Not everybody likes you. So we go and we say, hey, character first, leadership second. So this is the basics of leadership. You improve your character. And you know who the people with good character are in your school, and they become role models, you see? They're a role model. They work on their character. Sometimes they don't even know they're leaders. But other people do. And character first, leadership second. Raise your hand, that makes sense. That's what we're talking about today. So now we go and we say, we have to work on our character daily. In character development leadership class, you could take that course, and I said, students, you can get an A. It isn't like, I got an A in character development leadership, so I'm good at it, I'm done. It's never over. I'm challenged by the same things you are every day. There's always people, and they always say, if you want to get peer pressure. So we go, real quick. Is peer pressure a good thing or a bad thing? What'd you say? She goes, peer pressure is a bad thing. Why do kids say that? You're smarter than that. Why can't peer pressure be a good thing? Aren't there positive leaders out there? Aren't they making other students do good things? So now we go, okay, so peer pressure can be a good thing. That's what we're telling you today. You be that one. You be the good peer pressure. Are you tough enough? Are you tough enough to do that? You might lose a couple friends. They might block you on your thing, whatever that is. They might. Oh, well. It's birth to death, people. It's birth to death. You know, rhetorical question, you know the answer, right? Are we perfect or will we mess up? We'll mess up. A big part of character is, what do we do after we mess up? A lot of times that's when character is revealed. You know, there's some great famous sayings. Adversity reveals character. I believe that one. You know, we're talking about the tornado, we're talking about a murder, and character was revealed. That's one of the reasons we're here today. You know, when good character is, after you mess up, how do we respond? Because we all have character flaws. And if I went back to those words where character is a centerpiece word and we got all the character traits around it, one of my character flaws, are you still out there, dear? Good. I don't want to remind you of this. One of my flaws is composure. Because I anger easily. It's like nature to me. My first thing is like, that's the first thing that comes into my brain. And we got to know our flaws and we got to work on it. I'm the guy driving. Anybody that passes me is a maniac. What are you, a maniac? And anybody that drives slower than me is an idiot. Hurry up, idiot. That's the first thing that comes into my mind. I got to control that or I'm going to get in a lot of trouble. I knew that when I was real little because I had the greatest mom ever. My mom said, you have to know that you have a special place inside of you where your anger comes from. You got to do something. I knew that. I got to work on that. We all have flaws, and we all have things we're pretty good at. So, you go from good character to being a role model. Leadership. All we have to do is what Coach Thomas used to say all the time, do what's right. Last thing he said to football players after the games, we're going to get off the bus. Last thing he said, do what's right this weekend. Because he knew that was the real challenge. What are you going to do when nobody's watching? Years ago, we didn't call it good character. Now we call it character. And a lot of you have had that. I hope it makes sense to you. So we go, and I'm clicking. When I taught class, the kids would come back and they would go, they'd find this out. They go, we start talking about this in class, and I say, you think about that word? Yeah, I thought about that word. And they go on, and they come back, and they go, Mr. Kearns, this is hard. What's in it for me? And that's not your fault. That's the way we messed up teaching you. Every time you do something, you're like, here, give me something. We ruined you. That was our fault. But be advised, it's not real. What's in it for you? I'll tell you what's real. It's not magic. So, I say, when you do what's right, when you demonstrate good character, I promise you, try it. Think about it. It feels pretty good. Hey, Mr. Kearns, this weekend I was out and I saw this happen and I did this. And they demonstrated good character, and I would always say, feels pretty good, doesn't it? Recognize that. Good character probably won't make you rich. It probably won't make you famous. If you stop and think and you say, I know somebody with good character, they're probably people that are just great people like we have in Iowa. And we have great character role models walking around. But I'm telling you, this feeling, you can't buy it, you can't drink it, and you can't smoke it. And we got people looking for that feeling in all the wrong places. And all you got to do is do what's right. And it's always been that way, and it's never going to change. And it's not calculus. But it's kind of hard to do. It's really hard to do on a consistent basis. But if you're aware of it, you can do it. Okay. Class, let's review. So, these are the basics of leadership. Leadership without character is a failure of leadership. Anybody out there like that? Put that in your memory banks. Character first, leadership second. How many goes, that makes sense now? That's the basics of leadership. Raise your hand, that makes sense. Lie to me, just raise your hand. Yeah, okay, good, I'm a great teacher. So, from becoming a person of good character to a role model. Okay, so, you improve your character, you're a role model, that's leadership. We're all leaders. Every one of you. I've had people say, hey, Kearns, I don't know, that's a lot of stress. I get a lot of young people, I don't know if I can be a leader, I don't want to be a leader. Here's my question for you then. You don't want to be a leader? Nope, I don't want any part of it. Okay, pay attention. What are you going to do when you have the most important job that most everyone has, ever? What's the most important job most of you ever going to have? What is it? You'll be someone's mother or father. And you're not going to be a leader? Are you kidding me? You're not going to be a positive leader? You're not going to be a positive role model for your child? That's what makes this country sustain, is family and that kind of education. Make no mistake about it. Okay, so I hope you learn from these basics. And we learn in psychology that learning is a change of behavior. Is your behavior going to change when you leave here today? That's how you demonstrate learning. So we say, that's big to us. When you leave here today, are you going to be better? That's what I meant. There's your mirror. Are you going to be better? Can you sustain all these great things that you've heard today from these other speakers? When you return to your school, now, when you return to your school, is your school going to be better because you're in it by one person? That's leadership. I don't care what everyone else is doing. You make your school better because you're in it by one person. That's leadership. It's unarguable. You guys know what dominates your school. Every school is dominated by either positive leadership or negative leadership. If it's negative leadership, what are you doing to make it better? It starts with one person. That's leadership. Coach Thomas used to tell us there's two kinds of people when you go back to your school. There's givers and takers. I love this one. And nothing I'm telling you today, I didn't make any of this up. I stole everything. Coach Thomas said that givers and takers. When you're in your groups, do you help your groups move towards its goals? Do you make your group better because you're in it? I had kids come and say, go, Mr. Kearns, I'm in this class and it's the dumbest class ever and the teacher doesn't do anything. And what are you doing to make it better? They go, well, that's not my job. I go, you're an idiot. Pay attention. It's all of your job to improve your classes. When you come in my classroom, the class is about you. You have to take part. You have to be involved. So we say, hey, these givers move the groups towards their goals with positive energies. Takers, they suck the positive energy and they try to focus it to their individual needs, and it doesn't take very many takers to mess things up. And takers can take you from success to failure in a hurry. And what kind of thinking dominates your groups? And all those groups are different. And it's true when you move from all the groups that you're in on a daily basis. Do you make your groups better or do you make them worse? That's what this is about. That's you as an individual. That's leadership. So we go from the basics of leadership to brand new. This stuff I've never put together before in a talk, ever. And I'm pretty excited about it. I've studied leadership for many, many years. I don't consider myself an expert. I certainly am not a genius. But this is what I've got. You know, I'm going to share with you the behavior characteristics of leadership that I have stolen over many years. And I have chosen these behavior characteristics because, to me, it's going to paint a picture of the late, great Coach Ed Thomas. It's going to paint a picture with words. And I often get asked, what was he really like? You're the first group that I'm going to tell. I suggest you focus and take notes because you have to understand you might not be mature enough to get all this today, but maybe if you come back to it today, this is good stuff, and I can tell you, this stuff that I'm going to share, this list, changed my life in a profound way because, you know, I put empathy up there at the beginning, and I always try to use empathy because if I were sitting where you are, I would be, you know, we got to listen to this old man. That would have been me. So I hope it makes some sense. Now, of course, the role model that I'm talking about is Coach Ed Thomas. Now, this is what I saw in Coach Thomas, and it says, Ed Thomas leadership with character. NPO means no particular order. It's not first to worst or anything like that. It's probably random. Take the blame. I think great leaders take the blame. And you can apply this in an election year, and you might be sickened by what you find. But I believe great leaders take the blame. And I didn't do that when I was young. I remember I was with Coach Thomas, and my example is the first time we lost a football game. And I came back, and I was inclined to say, these young people did not pay attention this week. They didn't work hard enough. You know, they didn't give great effort, and they lost. And I'll never forget, he looked me in the eye. And this took with me, and it's still sitting there today. He said, I'll tell you something. Next week, we got to do a better job of coaching. We did not have them ready. We at least must share in the blame because it's easy to jump on the bandwagon when things don't go well and there's a lot of blame to go around. And we've all been in those situations. Here's the mirror. Look in it. What can I do to make it better? What can I do to make it better? What if everyone did that every time? So we go and we say, that's what Coach did. You say things like, I made a mistake. How come people won't say that? People go, say, I made a mistake. Say it. I guarantee you some people out there going, I ain't doing it. I ain't going to say it. Some people are like, I'm sorry. Leadership. Leadership take the blame, leadership give the credit. People miss that one. When we won, the kids played great. My assistant coaches did a great job this week. He spread it around. Some leaders miss that. Some leaders think, I did that. I did that. Put me on TV, I'll tell you about it. I'm a pretty good coach. I'm a pretty good teacher. Look at me. You, me, nobody ever, never accomplishes anything by yourself. Nobody. It's a long road to even get where you are today. It's a lot longer to get where I am today. And if I had to list all the people I got to thank, we wouldn't have time for anything else. You never accomplish anything by yourself. Never. The leaders unite groups. They maintain harmony in a group. Great leaders are uniters. Great leaders in their groups. There's not a lot of infighting. There's always going to be some. Things happen. And he was a master at heading off problems before they became problems. He had some kind of special understanding of people. And it was like one team, one goal. Now, it's not just about a football team. This applies to every group you're in, people. You go, well, I don't like sports. That doesn't. Pay attention. It's this way in every group. So we go, he prioritized life. That's where the FFF comes from, and he taught that to young people. Prioritize your life. What's the most important? What's most important to you? And you have to do that. And this is a time of your life in high school where you're shopping around for your values and what's going to be important to you. And then once you choose those values and you state that, you say, what's your 3, what's your 5 most important values? Then you live your life that way. Try that. That is hard. And then the goals to go with it, long-term, short-term. My finger's having a spasm. Prioritize, quit it! I hate technology. So we go, hey, Coach Thomas was a man of great vision. Okay, this is a hard one. This one takes some maturity. When I met Coach Thomas, he had this plan. He had his life prioritized, and he had these goals, and we would talk about them, and we spent a lot of time together, and our kids make fun of us because Coach Thomas and I spent more time together than we spent with our wives, and our wives spent more time together than they did with us. And we would talk, and he would say, this is what's going to happen. This is what we're working for. This is what the future is going to be. And at the time, I thought, this is some wild stuff. It's not going to happen, but, you know, it's good to think about, but it's not going to happen. I was wrong. Over the years, every one of those things happened. It didn't happen overnight. It didn't happen in a week. It didn't happen in a month or a year. But it happened nonetheless because leaders have great vision, and they are, Trevor's favorite word, persistent. I studied psychology a little bit, and some people say successful people think in pictures or they think in words. Successful people tend to think in pictures. Now, this isn't voodoo or weird science or anything like that. It's just common sense to me, and I'm not very smart. So, what is going on here is you have a picture, you get a visual instead of words, you get a visual, it goes into the greatest computer ever made between your ears, and then you stay with it, and it might happen. That's what successful people do. So can you examine yourself and say, do I think in pictures or do I think in words? Because you can train yourself to do both. Most people think in words. He only acknowledged the good in people. Try that. That's a skill. I've never met anyone like him. I used to say he only saw the good in people, but he wasn't that stupid. It's easy for me to see bad in people. And he probably saw that, but he never acknowledged that. Try that. Try to be a person like that. That's a challenge for me. And then it doesn't mean when they messed up, he'd still chew them out, he'd still get after them, he'd still correct them. But in doing so, he only acknowledged the good he saw in people. And I saw a lot of young people become better people because he let them see what they had in them. the good that we all have in us. It's in there. And focus on the good. You focus on your good because I'm focusing on your good. It's powerful stuff. He had extreme preparation and organization. I can't tell you. People prepare. But I'm talking about extreme preparation, going beyond. And you can take any example of successful people and they prepare extreme. They train harder, they train longer. You'll hear the same story. We tend to look at people like gifted athletes and say, oh, they're so talented. Well, maybe, but if you really study them, they work harder than anyone else, almost all of them. And it ends up looking like talent. It ends up looking like luck to some people, but it's preparation. Number 8, integrity. That's the part where you say, these are my values, I'm going to live like that. And that's why I say he was the toughest man I ever knew and he never beat anybody up. His toughness came from saying to everyone, this is the important part of my life, now watch me, I'm going to live like that. Try that. That's tough. That's why I like integrity, because I'm not that good at it. It's hard for me. I know what I should do, but sometimes I don't do it. And when I was young, I was one of those geniuses that all the wrong things looked like fun to me. I was an idiot. He said things, DWR, do what's right. That's it. It's hard. Try it. When we do what's right, when we get better every day, winning will take care of itself. He never talked about winning. He never said we need to beat this team. We got to beat this team. We got to win this one. We're going to take care of ourselves. We're going to get better. And we're going to do the right things. And then we win. And let me tell you, he is still one of the highest percentage winning coaches in the state of Iowa history. It works. If you need proof, look it up. There's a record of it. He was strong in adversity. Great leaders are strong in adversity. Adversity reveals character. Sometimes we look back in our community and we have to thank a lot of people. Our community didn't get rebuilt after the tornado. We had a lot of help. Hey, people, this is the greatest place in the world to live, Iowa. We have great people. It's unbelievable. And we say, we're strong in adversity, tornado. People might say, well, you know what? He lost his home, he lost his beloved school, he lost his football field, and his wife Jan took care of rebuilding the house, and he was worried about the football field. When our town was destroyed, people lost their lives. People, let me tell you, he didn't rebuild the town. Everybody did that. Everybody from everywhere. But let me tell you what a leader does. He became a symbol for our community. That's leadership. We're going to play our first football game on our field. And people said, that's vision. And they said, no, you won't. It's impossible. We did it. And it's something that brought a lot of people in our community together. That's leadership. He didn't rebuild the town by himself, but that's the attitude our town took. Try this. Can you see number 10? Start now and do it for the rest of your life. I bet you can't. I hope you can. He did it. 5, 2. 11, consistency. He showed up every day and you knew what he was going to be like. No drama. If he had any drama, he left it. We like people like that. Little things matter. Fundamentals, details, hard work, repetition. Everybody knew what play we were going to run. Hey, diddle, diddle, we're coming up the middle, but we ran it pretty good. Stop us. It's not about a great variety. It's about doing a lot of little things well. And 13, the final thing I'll say about him is he was special. And sometimes you guys get told what you're special. Now, I'm going to share my definition of special with you. Special. What makes a person special? This is what Mr. Kern says. There are very few. I have a short list of students and athletes that I was blessed to work with over many years. The list is short of ones that I would say were special. This is how I judge them. They worked hard consistently to make the most of what they had, and they did so with great character. That was A. And B. And B. They made those around them want to be better. Coach Thomas made people around him want to be better. People like me. People wanted to improve their character and become a better person, and enhanced individual and group performance. So for me, special, to make the most of what you have with great character and to elevate the performance of those people around you. You bring that back to your school, you've done something. You bring that back to your community, you've done something. That's leadership. That's special. I'll leave you with this today. Quit it. I got to go all the way now? This is a song. It was back in 1967. And it's called For What It's Worth. It's a great song. It's by Buffalo Springfield. And the lyrics go, there's something happening here. I want all you young people to know this today. This is just from me because I care about you. I don't know why, but I care about you. There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. Those words, those lyrics had meaning to me back in the late 60s when I was your age. And they have great meaning to me today because it's chaos out there sometimes when you look. And I'm like, hey, that was like 50 years ago, and look at us now. We thought we made some things right, and evidently we didn't. A great line in that is, nobody's right if everybody's wrong. And to me, that describes the world today. You're the best we got. You got to go in it, and you got to make it better. We have become a nation of problem identifiers. You turn on TV, you turn on the radio, I do that. There's all kinds of people, there are people just like us. How do you get these jobs? There are people like us sitting around talking, problem identifying, which is complaining. We need you to say, what are you doing to make it better? People, that's leadership. Be a problem solver. That's what we're asking you. That's what our country needs. You're the best we got. You can do it. I love Iowa. I love people of Iowa. We have great pigs. We have great corn, all that stuff. That's good. But what we're best at is people. We're not less than. Go out there and make a difference. We hope that's what this academy is about. America needs your leadership. America needs your solution. America needs you to not be problem identifiers, to be problem-solving leaders. And that's leadership. And I don't have time to close with that, but I will do this. Thank you, and I will shut up now. Hope you had a great experience today. What you've been waiting for is you get to go to lunch. Now, we can dismiss them.
All right. Don't forget to thank your sponsor, Hy-Vee, for that. All right, next we've got Coach Kearns. Al Kearns began teaching and coaching at Parkersburg High School in 1978. He retired from Appleton-Parkersburg in 2014 after 36 years of teaching. During his career at Parkersburg and Appleton-Parkersburg, he was an assistant coach to Ed Thomas for over 30 years. The head girls track coach for 29 years and also coached girls 6-on-6 basketball for a time. During their 30 years of coaching together, Coach Kearns and Coach Thomas both shared an uncanny ability to motivate young people to help them reach their maximum potential and achieve things that they previously thought were impossible. This ability led to a very successful football program at AP. His gift of motivation also led to a successful girls track program. The 2001 AP girls track team won a state title, and the 1997, 99, 2000, and 07 teams finished as state runner-up. Over his teaching career, Mr. Kearns has taught psychology, sociology, at-risk, and character development and leadership. He currently helps implement the character development and leadership curriculum to schools in the Midwest. Over the past 2 years, Coach Kearns has helped the Ed Thomas Family Foundation develop our Leadership Academy to help carry on the legacy of Coach Thomas by bringing impact young people. He also does motivational speaking for schools, communities, and businesses. Help me welcome Coach Kearns to the stage.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. I don't know how you can come in, you ate lunch, but before lunch, sorry, they tell me I move around too much, but I don't know what I'm doing up here, but I just do it. But those speakers you heard before lunch, I listened to every one of them. I was inspired by every one of them. Every one of them brought a tear to my eye more than once. I hope you get that. I hope you take that with you. And I go, here's my challenge. Now they got me. How do I top that? But I tell you this, I was inspired by them, and I think like this. Hopefully I get a little longer, and if so, I will become more intelligent. But right now, at this moment, after listening to them, this is the smartest I've ever been. That's some good stuff. In your information that you got today in that plastic bag, there are 2 sheets of paper. They're called evaluations. I hope you get together as schools and go over those things and fill them out honestly. One of the things that we get back, we need to know how to make this better. And one of the things that we get repeatedly, I want to explain this to you. So I hope you're listening. This is an important point. Focus. When I hear the first speaker and the second speaker and the third and fourth, fifth, so on, it's like it's all the same thing. Ta-da! That's it. Don't disregard that. That's it. You will hear nothing today as inspiring a day as this has been to this point for you that you've never heard before. There is nothing new about leadership, positive leadership, and success. It's all old stuff. You've been told by people that care about you, parents, grandparents, teachers, people in your churches, wherever you go. We might say it a different way, but yeah, it's all the same. How do you get better? Work hard. Work hard every day. For how long? Every day. That's it, every day. For how long? No, every day that you can. So we go and we say, don't miss that. We want today, we hope we're holding up a mirror that you look into when you think about the words that we say. And that reflection, what comes back to you. That's powerful stuff. And you have to do a lot of listening today, but it's your job to take a think, to think about what we say, look into that mirror, and evaluate yourself. And we hope you decide, I can't talk to you this way because you're not my class, but if you were my class in this school, I would say, when you walk out those doors today and those doors hit you in the butt, you will be better than when you came in. That's what we want. And we hope that's what you want. that you leave here today better than you came in. Yeah, my name's Al Kearns. Hey, everybody's got to know this. They might put this on that, what do you call it, World Wide Web or whatever's out there. If they do that, I want everybody to know I'm not going to prison for this, but I stole it. I scammed this off the internet and I put it up there. Okay, take me away. Because it's what we're about. True leadership doesn't create followers, they create more leaders. That's what this academy is about. That's why all the speakers are doing what we do. That's why your supervisors brought you here today. I got a unique experience. I get to go around and travel and speak at schools, and every school I go to says we're looking for positive leadership in our schools. Everywhere I go, they're looking for that. Why is that? What's going on? So we go and we say, before I get into the meat of my words today, don't miss this, especially in an election year. We're here today because of one person. And if you say, one person can make a difference, don't say one person can't make a difference. I had young people, sometimes you sit down and talk to them and they go, I can't, I'm only one person. Okay, that's a start. That's where everything starts, one person. My vote doesn't matter. Yes, it does. It only doesn't matter if you don't vote. It matters. That's your voice. That's what you do. And sometimes to make a difference, you don't have to say anything. You just have to do the right things. And if you live that way, I guarantee you, you'll make a difference. I promise you. That's the truth. Empathy. You see that word? Empathy is a great word. It's a character trait, empathy. And when I talk to high school students, I find out, so if I had them raise their hand, I quit doing it because I figured out that about half high school students aren't really sure what empathy is. So here's a quick lesson. Just because I'm an old teacher, that's the only way I know. Empathy. Empathy is like you have an appreciation for how another person or how a group feels. If everybody had more empathy, we wouldn't have to have seminars on bullying. Because you would realize what you were saying or what you were putting out there on TwitFace or whatever you got going, Snip Snap or whatever it is you guys do, makes people feel poorly. And you'd feel some guilt. And if you don't have a heart. And they got a name for that, but that's not what this is about today. Empathy for me is this. When I was in high school, if I would have sat with you, I would have said, I would have looked up here at me. I get this. Who is this old man we got to listen to? OMG. Everyone else here today is beautiful, smart, TV stars, Division I coaches. They're thin. They look good. Look at this guy. He got a hole in his head. My goodness. So you go, that's my empathy. That would have been me. So we got to try to connect. I taught psychology. I know your brain's wired different than my brain. I don't get TwitFace and Snip Snap. They're like, Kearns, you got to get that. What do you call that? I'm all a Twitter. You got to get Twitter. Why? I don't get it. People don't want to talk to me. You don't know me. Why would you want to talk to me? I'm going to try to teach you some lessons today. Twitter? That's because I'm old. You guys are into it. I get that. So I got to find a way. I hope I can connect with you for a couple minutes today. That you can take something back that helps you be a better person. I'm a teacher. Go way back to 1977. I started off at Hudson. Hudson here? I loved Hudson. I thought I'd be forever. They thought different. I came here next year. I've been here ever since. I'm like a virus. They couldn't get rid of me. I got to tell you this. I'm not afraid to say it. If somebody looks out here and hears me say it, they'll say something bad about me. They'll tell me what a rotten person I am. I'm not trying to be a rotten person. I'm saying this happened to me in my life, and it's been so great that I hope it happens for you. That's it. If you got different values, if you want different things, that's fine. But I got to tell you, I'm not here today. I don't have any success without my first wife, who I'm still married to for almost 41 years. There's still time. I wouldn't be here. How much do I owe her? Everything. We never accomplish anything by ourselves. And I look at the world today, and I look at things that are happening, and I look at what we've been through. We were blessed with 2 sons. I have 2 great daughter-in-laws. We have 3 grandchildren. So when you step back and you look, we've had some terrible things happen in our lives, but we've had some unbelievably great things happen in our life. That's our $1 million right there. Thanks, baby. I taught the best classes ever. I taught a great character development and leadership course. A lot of this stuff I'm going to share with you. Sorry, Kelly, I just keep moving. I know. They're trying to video me, and they're like, it's like a football game for them up there. Psych, Soch, elementary gym. Yeah, you know, that's good stuff. People want to be there. You go teach elementary gym, and they're like, yeah, they want to be there. That's a great thing to teach. How'd you like to have that in your high school class? Yes, calculus, here we come. We're running. Yay! Of course, you don't get to play dodgeball in calculus, do you? So we go and we say, hey, I coached for a long time. I go way back to the late 70s, early 80s, 6-on-6 girls basketball. What was that? Well, I don't know. It's history. It's gone now, but it was a great game. Girls used to play 6-on-6. Some of you are going, really? I never heard of it. Okay. Ask your grandmas. You need to know this about me. All the other speakers up here got these, like, I went to college. I graduated. I got a degree. I got 1 piece of paper. Everybody else today has got a lot more paperwork than me. I'm a mutt. I learned in the trenches. I don't have a master's degree. I don't have a doctorate. All I'm going to tell you is what I learned from working with people just like you. And I learned a lot. Okay, class, here we go. Since I'm a teacher, from this point on, you're going to be my class. 250 of you, pretty good sized class. I'm liking it. Since you're students now, you have the right to hate this, right? We don't like school. We don't like being in class. I love it. I'm going to have a great time. I don't care if you suffer. That's the way I approach teaching. Hey, class, you think this sucks? I'm going to have a great time teaching you today. That's the truth. So, I'm a teacher. I'd start you off in my classroom, high school, with this. Now, focus. If you believe everything I say, you might be an idiot. I always told the classes that I taught that. Now, some of you are going to go home and your parents are going to say, hey, what did you learn today in that there leadership academy? Well, I don't know. Some old guy said we're idiots. No, that's not the lesson. Pay attention. The idiot part comes from, you don't do this. If you believe everything I say, you're not thinking for yourself. That's leadership. I hope every student that ever took a high school class of mine, they say, what's the number one thing Mr. Kearns wanted you to learn? What I want you to think about today is to think for yourself. That's leadership. Our country needs more of that. We got too many people out there believing nonsense. And it's very, 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 I don't know how many varies I can put on it in this election year. People believe ridiculous things they're told because somebody tells them that. Well, they say, do this. Next time you hear that, well, they say, well, who's they? Well, I don't know, they. Well, you don't even know who said it? No, they said it. Who's they? They don't know. My kids would come to me and they'd say, Dad, you embarrass us. Well, what's your point? I don't care. They go, the stuff you wear is out of style. Who says? Where are these people? I've never been able to find them. It's out of style. Who says? They even got my wife doing it. She looks around her house and she goes, that's so dated, we got to get new. I'm like, that will last forever. It will be here when I'm dead. We don't need new. Try that. Whew, that's hard staying married. So we go, think for yourself. And when you think for yourself, you're going to create situations where you come up with questions and disagreements. And you have to disagree in an agreeable way. Teachers, write that down. Put it in your memory bank, something. In our classrooms all over America, we got to do a better job of teaching people to disagree in an agreeable way. If you don't believe me, watch Trump and Clinton today. That's one of the worst examples of human character that's on display. Our country has not always been like this, people. I apologize. We can do better. and you can be part of the turnaround. That's what we want. So we say, you disagree in an agreeable way. That's leadership. If you can't do that, don't get married. Do not get married. You have to learn to do that. It's quite a skill. It takes practice. It's a mature skill. So we say, we can disagree in an agreeable way. That's what this country was built on, right? We got this side, maybe that side, maybe a little one over here. How do we get together and make things better? We've done it for well over 200 years. What's going on? That's history. It's important. History is leadership. People telling me, well, that kind of thinking's outdated. Who says? People tell me, we can't do that anymore. The world's changed. Why not? I'm going to think for myself. Don't tell me I can't think that way. I can. And I think it's right. So, that's the great thing about this country. That's leadership. Mature skill, yeah, it's essential in relationships. The topic today is obviously leadership. Lots of kinds of leadership. Positive leadership, negative leadership. You go home to your school, think about your school right now. Here's the mirror, you're looking in it. What's your school dominated by? Every school is either dominated by positive leadership in their student body or negative leadership. Your school is either a good school or a bad, unproductive school because of your student body. Everybody else, if you're a good school, everybody else wants to take credit for it. The administration wants to take credit. The teachers want to take credit. It's all about you. Your school's success is you, kids. And what kind of school you have is you. So we say negative, positive. You can be a verbal leader. I've had students and they shy away from leadership because they think they got to get up and say something. Some of the best leaders that I know and admire never say anything. I've just watched them and they inspire me. We had a kid in our school that had so many disabilities, I don't know why he came to school. But he not only came every day, he was the one kid that came every day. And he smiled every day. And he was happy every day. And he never said much. But he inspired me and he made me think, that was my mirror. Can I do that? Why can't I be like that? It's got to be a lot easier for me than him. So we go. You can lead by example. You can be a democratic, authoritarian, laissez-faire, or laissez-faire like your peer groups. There's all kinds of leaderships. And in sociology, if you take sociology, they should tell you you're in many groups in a day. How many groups are you in a day? Sometimes it's surprising. You get up and you're in your family. You go to school. Every time you change class, you're in a different group. Some of you have different church groups. Some of you go to jobs. You work with different groups. And every time you go, see, this makes life complicated because every group you enter, norms change. What are norms? That's just behavior norms, requirements, what it takes. If you're going to be in our group, if we're going to allow you, this is the way people operate. If you're going to be in our group, this is what you have to do. Now, they don't always say that. Sometimes it's like, here's what you guys deal with. If you're going to be in our group and we're going to like you, you have to drink this, or you have to smoke this, or you have to behave this way. And you got to decide, do I want to be in that group or not in that group? And your choice is leadership. And it isn't anything about anybody else other than yourself. Where are you going to choose to go? That's leadership. That's self-leadership. That's where it starts. So we say, sociology, we're in all these groups and it's always changing and how do I behave? And I'm not trying to preach to you, but it's just a great extreme example. If you could imagine that you're in a group and there's a pastor, preacher, padre, madre, a leader of a church, a religious group there. I know my peer groups when I was in high school, I talked differently in that group than I did with my peers. We used different language because the norms were that different. I could say things with my friends I sure couldn't say at home. And we have to decide, what groups are we going to be in? When you go out, I used to ask students, just think about this. I'm holding up a mirror. You don't have to raise your hand. I ask students in class, how many of you have parents that say, gosh, you had a rough week. Here's $20, here's $40, here's $50, whatever it takes today. Why don't you go out this weekend and get drunk? You had a rough week. Do any parents say that? So why do people do it? Smoke this. You deserve it. Really? We're talking about leadership here. Choices you make, that's your leadership. Where are you leading yourself? Nobody else is going to lead you. Where are you going to go? You look at people that are successful, they go, oh, they're so lucky. No. Go back to where they started and walk in their footsteps and see what they did. You'll be surprised. So we say, that's, I'm talking basic leadership here. So think for yourself, that's leadership. Today we're talking about positive leadership of groups and self. And positive leadership only. That's my focus. Positive leadership is leadership with what I call character. Now here's a great statement. I didn't make any of this stuff up. I stole it all. It's just great stuff. I'm sharing it with you. From our leadership curriculum, it says, leadership without character is a failure of leadership. That's how I'm presenting it to you today. That's where I'm coming from. Leadership without character is a failure of leadership. Now, you can have negative leadership. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying that's not our focus. What I want you to focus on is, now I'm a teacher. Leadership without character is a failure of leadership. All right, so I could put that on a test. You could probably pass. You could probably write that down. But what does character mean? Do you have good character? Okay, here's another mirror. Look in it. Do you have good character? And some of you are going, yeah, I got pretty good character. Some of you are going, I don't know. And said, if you said, I have good character, what does that even mean? Tell me. It's complex. So as we go and we say, whoops, not yet. So as we go and we go, I hate technology. I'll just leave it up there. That's a beautiful picture of character. That's it. Visualize that. That's what character is. What are you saying? You're a crazy old man. What are you saying? Well, I'm saying this. Look at this. Character is a centerpiece word. It's in the center. It's surrounded by all these character traits. Now, this is how we studied character at our school. Now, a curriculum has taken the liberty to pick these words. There could be other words. I think a great character quality that I admired in students and people that I'm around is people that work hard. That's not up there. There could be other words. So these are great examples. Attitude, preparation, perseverance. And I want our students to know, I want them to know that if I said they have great character, they're a young person with great character qualities, that's the best compliment you can get from Mr. Kearns, because this is the way he identifies character. It means you're pretty good at all this. I wouldn't say, okay, they're a hard worker and that's it. That to me doesn't mean they have great character. I'm not going to say that about them. I'm going to say they're pretty good at all these things and they demonstrate it in how they live daily. And in our class, we would imagine taking all those words in high school and studying one word for a week. And I called those the words of great power and meaning. Great power and meaning. And you people communicate more than any generation of young people in the history of this planet. Because you got phones just like mine. And you're on them all the time. And if your leaders here today said, okay, you can text during the speakers, you'd be texting. Even though it's rude, because you don't understand that, because your brain's not wired like mine. And you don't understand the rudeness of it and how it infuriates people like me. And we say, hey, but what do you say in all this conversation? In all this language, what has meaning? Now, here's the deal with character in these words. Yes, they still make flip phones, and they work. They're fine. These words become emotional. They have meaning. They're in us. So I want you to have some words that when you say them, it means something. Now, my wife's got that twit face stuff or whatever. What is it? What's that? Facebook? Is that one? She got that. She's on it. You know, I know it's for old people now. Young people don't do that anymore, but my wife's old like me. And I said, what are you looking at? Facebook. What's on there? Show me. It says, today, Betty bought socks. Betty bought socks. That was nice. I think the world should know that. I think the world would be very interested in every move that I ever make, and I should put it out there. See, that's how our brains are different. And we say, these are words. And we go, character first, leadership second. So these words have great power and meaning, and we improve our character, and we become a role model, character first, leadership second, and then you become a leader. You don't really have to do anything but do what's right. So I'm going to go back. Character first. You improve your character qualities. And then leadership follows. That's the kind of leadership we're talking about today. It's not hard. It's not rocket science. But let me tell you, it's not easy to do. It's not easy to live your life in a positive way with all these character traits. And some of these character traits we're pretty good at, and some of them we're not so good at. Do you see that C word up there on the right-hand corner as we're looking right over here? You see that C word? Courage? No. The next one. Composure? Yeah. I got a problem. I anger easily. That's a problem. If anyone out there has that problem, you need to deal with it in some way, or we get in a lot of trouble. We say things, I'm the driver. I'm driving my car. I get angry like really fast. So like if you pass me, I'm like, hey, a maniac. Everybody that passes me is a maniac. If I'm behind somebody and I want to go faster and they're slowing me down, an idiot. They're just people. They want to get where they're going like me. I got to stop. I got to think. I got to be rational. But by nature, it's hard for me. I got to work on that character trait. I get some kid in school comes up, starts yelling at me. I want to yell back. No, you don't yell back. You want to win an argument? How many out there? Yeah, I want to win. I get an argument. I want to win. Come on, don't lie. I want to win. You want to win? Stay calm. Say things like, you don't need to raise your voice with me. Don't tell your parents I told you that, because they're going to hate you when you use that on them. Mom, you don't need to raise your voice with me. We can stay calm. Oh. And you can't do this, but use that on your wife. Woo! Then run. So we go and we say, hey, what's your favorite word? You come into my character class day one. At some point, I'm going to ask you, what's your favorite word? You right there on the end. What's your favorite word? Don't let her tell you. What's your favorite word? All right, I'm hard of hearing. Did you say Yeah. Well, anyway, that's the number one favorite word I always get. Whether it's students or adults. What's your favorite word? Mr. Kearns. And my students were like you. They thought, this is a weird old man up here. They thought that. I know that. They say, Mr. Kearns, what do you ask us these weird questions? Come on. I go, no. I asked a lady once, I was speaking to adults. I said, what's your favorite word? And I just picked her like I picked you. I hope I didn't bother you. I didn't mean to offend you. You look like you could take it. And this lady looks right at me and she goes, I said, what's your favorite word? And without hesitation, she looked at me and she said, love. And I thought, what have I gotten into? Not really. I knew exactly what she meant. I knew exactly what she meant. That says something about you. I'm thinking, I would let her babysit my grandchildren. I could tell that from one word. That's as high as praise I can give. I'd trust my grandkids with you. I could tell by the way she said it. So I said, class, when you leave here today, now you might not be able to do this today because it took a trimester for our classes when we taught it, but I would say when you leave here this trimester, you're going to have a favorite word, and I put it on the test, and the question was, what's your favorite word and why? And I would get this, Mr. Kearns, can we have more than one favorite word? And the answer was You bet. Good words. And the number one favorite word in our school was attitude of character traits. Attitude applies to everything. They got that. Yeah, they did. So we say, what's your favorite word? And as we go, come on, clicker. So we go, look at that. He's an idiot. We have to work on our character daily. All of us. Not just, me too. You and me. You don't take a course in character. You don't go to a seminar and hear about character and say, okay, now I know about it, now I'm done. It goes on forever. We, old people, have the same challenges and temptations you do. Probably more. Because we have to decide if we're going to cheat on our taxes or not. Character and leadership. Are we perfect or do we mess up? That's rhetorical. You know we mess up. So I got to say, students, a big part of character is what do you do after you mess up? What do I do after my anger comes out and I don't control it and I say something I shouldn't have to a student or my family? That's character. How do we respond when our character flaws are exposed? And I hope you can say, hey, good character. How you respond, I'm sorry. You want to become a better person? Start apologizing to people when you need to. Well, I ain't apologizing. It's not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of strength. And if you don't get that, you're immature. I'm sorry. No, really, I'm not sorry. You're immature. If you think you're too good to tell someone you're sorry, you're immature. So we go and we say, good character. There you go. So you improve your character, you become a role model, leads to leadership, and all we have to do is what Coach Thomas used to say, do what's right. And I'd have the students in class say, Mr. Kearns, we've been thinking about these words, we've been trying to do what's right, and it's hard. And because you've been conditioned this way since you were a little kid, when you did something right, they gave you a sticker or a popcorn party or an M&M or a medal or something. You said, if I do what's right, I don't get anything for it. And then I say, you do what's right and you don't get anything for it? You're wrong. Pay attention. Everybody wants to feel good. And a lot of young people are looking for happiness and feeling good, and a lot of adults are too, and they're looking in the wrong place. The royal road to feeling good is good character. So, here's what Mr. Kearns says. When you do what's right, when you display good character, trust me, focus on it, it feels pretty good. I promise you. Now, it's not going to make you rich, maybe. It's not going to make you famous, maybe. But it really feels good. And I think that's called a satisfied life when you do that repeatedly, as much as you possibly can. To do what's right, it feels pretty good. I guarantee you, it's a feeling. You can't buy it, you can't drink it, you can't smoke it. So stop looking for it there, because that only lasts for a little bit. I'm talking about lifetime feeling good. Improve your character. Leads to leadership. So let's review. Leadership basics. I think I just gave you leadership basics, high school students. Leadership without character is a failure of leadership. How many goes that makes sense? Lie to me, raise your hands. Okay, good. How many people understand character first, leadership second concept? Raise your hand, I get it. Lie to me, raise your hands. Some of you out there like my students, I had students like you, I ain't raising my hand. Okay, fine. You just sit there with your hands down, toughie. From becoming a person of good character to a role model to leadership or being a leader. That's leadership. We're all leaders. You know, what type of leader you are, I don't know. But if you do what's right, I guarantee you, you're a leader. And other people notice. They might not tell you, but they notice. You know, I hope you've learned from those basics. And in psychology, we say learning is a change in behavior. And the change in behavior we want when you go back, you leave here better. That's a change in behavior. That you're trying to improve your character and you focus on it. You know, when you leave here today, that's what we're talking about. When you return to your school, is your school going to be better because you're in it? I'm going to say that again. When you return to your school, is your school going to be better because you, one individual, are in it? That's possible. That is possible. That's where it starts. And do you care? And we hope you do. So we say, if you go back and your school's better, because you're in it, that's leadership. And again, every school out there that you bring here, I don't know what your school is, but it's either dominated by positive leadership or negative leadership. You know the answer to that, I don't. But if it's negative, you can be part of the solutions. Coach Thomas used to say there's two kinds of people. And when you return to your schools and you go back to your classes, I hope that you are givers, not takers. Two kinds of people, givers and takers. The givers move the group towards the goals with positive energy. And I had people come to my class, they say, Mr. Kearns, hey, Mr. Kearns, this class, we're not doing anything, we're not getting anything out of it. The teacher and this and that. And I go, what are you doing to make it better? They go, it's not my job, it's a teacher's job. It's your job too. Any group that you're in, you want to make it better. Be a giver. Give them positive energy. Takers, suck the positive energy. You got them in every group you're in. You know who they are. And they can take you down. And they can take your groups from being successful to being a failure. It doesn't take very many takers to take all the positive energy from the group. When you go back, we want you to think about that. Now, that's the basics of leadership. I'm going to give you something brand new. I gave it to the group before you when they eat lunch. I'm old. I've studied leadership a long time, and what I'm going to give you, what do I got for time left? 10 minutes? 8? I want to go more. They want more. 8, yeah. Okay, I'll get her. Anyway, I'm going to share you what I think is some really good stuff, and I'll speed down here. And I'm just suggesting if you care about today, you might want to focus and take notes because a lot of people have asked me about the late, great Coach Thomas and what he was really like. So for the first time, I've tried to take the leadership qualities that I thought made him stand out, different, and tried to put them on paper, and that's what I'm going to give you today. So at some point in your life, this is the best I can give you. This is the best information I can share with you. And that's the way I look at it. And I can tell you this list I'm about to give you changed my life profoundly in a positive way. So here we go. Leadership. Of course, it's about Coach Thomas. 1, take the blame. It's going to be fast. Leaders, take the blame. When I started coaching with Coach Thomas, my first lesson was we lost a football game, and it was easy. It's easy to do this as a coach and to blame the young people, and they didn't pay attention, they didn't practice hard, they didn't do what we told them, and they lost. And he looked me in the eye, and he said this, we have to do a better job of coaching them next week. We didn't have them ready. And we're going to sit down and we're going to make a plan and we're going to do a better job of coaching. I never forgot that. Everybody shares in the blame. That's your mirror. Look at the leadership we have today. Do the leaders that we have leading us, are they willing to take the blame when something doesn't go right? I think if they don't, at some point it's a failure of leadership. You at least have to share in it. Leaders, take the blame and give the credit. Coach Thomas was one of the winningest coaches in football, Iowa high school football history, and he always said when we won, the kids played great, my assistant coaches were great, and he'd go on and on and on, and he'd share the credit. And he did that during the season, he did that after the season. Great leaders take the blame, give the credit. Great leaders unite groups, they bring them together, they maintain harmony in the group. They unite people. They are uniters, not divisors. Prioritize life. This is one of the greatest examples of Coach Thomas, FFF. And again, I'm not trying to preach to you if you're not religious, but that's how he lived his life. Try it. He put his faith first, his family second, and football was third, and he lived his life that way daily for his entire life. And with that, he had goals, long-term, short-term. We talked about goals all the time. And as we were talking about goals, he was a man of great vision. I think leaders have great vision. When I first met him, we spent a lot of time together, and some of the things he told me that would happen here, it was like, well, that's a nice idea, but that will never happen. See, I'm dumb. But he saw those things, and over years, those things that I heard him say that I didn't believe would happen all happened. He was a man of great vision. I think leaders have vision beyond what normal people have. And they see in pictures. They think in pictures and they see that. And that picture goes into the best computer ever made between our ears. And that's the input. And then that's what happens. It's not magic. It's not voodoo. Successful people think in pictures. I didn't make that up. He only acknowledged the good in people. Try that. I used to say he only saw the good in other people. No, he wasn't that dumb. But he only acknowledged the good in them. He saw good in everyone, and that's what he acknowledged. Now, if they messed up, he would chew them out, and he would chew them out hard, and he'd chew them out good. But when he worked with them, he only saw the good in them. And consequently, a lot of young people came to see the good that they had in themselves, that we all have. And we do. We all have some good. We all have some not so good. Great leaders have extreme preparation. Now, you might think you might prepare, but great leaders go beyond extremes. We see, professional entertainers and athletes, and we think, okay, they're great because they have these great skills and they have these great special gifts. Well, when you study them, you find out that they all work harder than everybody else. And all of a sudden, that starts looking like talent. It starts looking like luck. But it's preparation and hard work. Leaders. He had integrity, my favorite word. That's my favorite word. Integrity. Not because I'm good at it, because he made me want to be like that and to say faith, family, football, then try to live your life like that. That's true toughness. That's true toughness. That's really being tough. It's tough to live like that all the time. He always said, when we do what's right, when we get better every day, winning will take care of itself. That's the way we approach practice. Never said, we got to beat this team, we're going to beat this team, we got to beat these guys. Never said that. We just tried to get better every day. If you have that attitude in life, you're going to get better every day. Every class I'm going to walk into tomorrow, I'm going to learn one thing. It just changed your life. And he became one of the most winning coaches in the state of Iowa history. This works. I'm telling you, it's recorded. Look it up. It works. That's how he went at it. We do what's right. We get better every day. Winning will take care of itself. You're strong in adversity. Read the book. Tornado's a great example. Strong in adversity. The football field became a symbol. After the tornado, that was not the most important thing that our town needed, was to be able to play football on the football field, but that symbol of leadership and that attitude that we're going to rebuild and we're going to be better, that's what it was. And people picked up on that, and that's leadership. Try this. He spent his life doing this. Try this for an afternoon. The rest of the day, don't speak ill of anyone. Try it. That's leadership. Consistency is an overlooked word in that when we come to school and we're students, teachers, we like students that show up every day and they're consistent, they're ready to go. Students like teachers who show up every day and they're enthused and you know they care about you. And they don't have a lot of drama in their life. They're consistent. They leave their problems in their parking lot because we all have problems. But at some point, we got to do our job. That, to me, is consistency. All of our kids knew, you might go, oh, we're going to practice, and we get out there. Thomas is going to be excited because he was every day. He's going to be excited. He's going to be positive. You know that. It's an amazing thing. Little things matter. Fundamentals, details, hard work, repetition. Teachers out there, I think for myself, sometimes they say, oh, we have to do fun things for kids. Well, maybe. I didn't like that. I like to ask kids, what do you hate to do in class? And when they told me, I'm like, that's what we're going to do. If I'm your coach, what do you hate to do the most? Okay, that's what we're doing today. Because the reason they hated it, because it's hard. And then I said, let's do something hard and let's have fun doing it. Because that's how you get better. You tell me in class you're going to have fun, you get a lot of messing around. That's what you get. You don't learn much. Oh, we had fun today. Well, we didn't learn much. Last one, Coach Thomas was special. What makes a person special? This is how I define that. Your parents tell you you're special? See if you are. Special people, A, Thomas was special because he worked hard, consistently, beyond hard, to make the most of what he had, and he did so with great character. That was A. The B, he made those around him want to be better people, which enhanced individual and group performance. In other words, special. Special people make the most of what they have with great character, and they elevate the performance of those around them. Do you do that? Do you know anyone that does that? That's special. Can I have 1 minute? I'll tell you this and then I'll shut up. I can say shut up. Don't look at me like that. I'm not swearing. So we go. When I was your age, there was a music group called Buffalo Springfield, and they made a song For What It's Worth. And I was inspired by the words of it when I was your age, and I looked at the world then, and it was a mess, and I'm looking at the world now, and I think it's a mess again, and I thought we fixed everything, and I wonder sometimes what you people must be thinking of the world when you look out there. Don't lose hope. The lyrics of the song said, there's something that happened in here. What it is ain't exactly clear. That reminds me of today. And later in the song it says, nobody's right if everybody's wrong. To me, that's today. But we're having this leadership academy because we have become a nation. This is coming from me. You can disagree with me. We'll disagree in an agreeable way. I think this nation has become a nation of problem identifiers. And hence we've become a nation of complainers and problem identifiers. People are standing up, they're sitting down, they're doing things. Hey, we've identified the problem already. We get it. What are you doing to make it better? How about that? That's leadership. That's what I'm asking you. Iowa, young people, you are the best we got. Trust me. You're the best in the nation. We need you to sit up and say, hey, what are you doing to make it better? Have leadership, be a problem solver, and we hope that's what this academy is about. And America needs your leadership and your solutions, and me and all the people that brought you today believe in you. And I was going to do that, It's our sincere hope that when you walk out those doors today, you're better equipped to do something to make it better when you return to your school community through leadership with character. Thank you, and I will shut up now.
All right. We're going to keep things moving. So you've got your quick huddle questions. You can stay in here and do those. If you need to use the restroom before our next group, you guys, since we're going to have the lunch group coming back in, come up here on the stage and go out this door, and then you'll come back in like you normally would. Be back in here by 1:08. You can do your huddle questions, go to the bathroom, back here by 1:08. Thanks.
I'll die someday.
I hope you guys realize how truly blessed we are. The difference will be Falcon pride.
At the 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown, Falcons.
And we got to be relentless for 4 quarters. 4 quarters, we got to keep coming. We're not going to see any worse adversity out there than what we already been through. Let's go! Come on now!
Falcon faithful on their feet here in Parkersburg.
Enjoy every minute of it tonight and compete your tails off. Where are you from? Akron! Where are you from? Akron! Where are you from? Akron! All right, let's go! Boy, if you can't get excited now, you never will. We got 1 half left. Let's go! Right, captains. All right, we take our first step right here. Now you got 1 half left. It's right there. All you got to do is go take it right here. Right here, right here, right here. You look at our people up there. You look at our people. We want to celebrate when this thing's over. You understand? Yeah. Falcon football, ready? Go! Everything is there for us. Everything is there for us. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you what you did tonight out here. All right, get it together and then we'll go off. As we go out on the field, there's our old sign for Falcon Country. A lot of people ask, why did we put it back up? It's all dented and smashed. Well, it resembles what our community and our town is all about. Get back up off the ground and go. And that'll be there to mark forever what took place here. And it's a part of our heritage. It's a big deal to our kids, and I think it's a big deal to our community. You know, I think that just reflects sort of how we are as a community. You get back up, it doesn't matter how many bumps and bruises and how damaged something is. We're going to make it better, and we're going to get back after it, but that will always be a remembrance when we come out on the field what we went through that summer and what our community went through with that tornado. You know, I thought a lot about tonight. You play with what's inside you. Every down, every snap, for 4 quarters. We ready to go, boys? Ready. Where are you from? Where are you from? Where are you from? All right, let's go.
All right, going to introduce our last speaker of the day here, Coach Ben Jacobson. Ben Jacobson is the head men's basketball coach at the University of Northern Iowa and has been since 2006. He served as an assistant at North Dakota State, and Northern Iowa before taking over as head coach at Northern Iowa. Jacobson has accomplished much in his time at UNI. He holds the title of all-time winningest coach at UNI with 220 victories through 10 seasons. He has guided the Panthers to 4 NCAA tournament appearances and 4 NCAA victories. Along with his success on the basketball court, Coach Jacobson has exemplified what it means to be a leader by showing class and dignity on and off the court. Coach Jacobson lives in Cedar Falls with his wife and 2 sons. Help me in welcoming Coach Ben Jacobson.
Thanks. Thank you. Boy, great to be here today. Honored to be here today, to be part of the your Leadership Academy, to follow Coach Kearns, who I've watched a little bit each of the past few years on the computer, and gotten chills sitting in my office chair as I've watched him on the computer, and had a chance today to be here live and see it. Thank you, Coach. But again, to be part of this day is special for me to think, and more importantly for us to know that our program is in a position where we can hopefully have a little bit of an impact on who you are, a little bit of an impact on what you do, a little bit of an impact on how you influence others, to know that our guys have done a good job, to know that they have put our program in a position where we can do that. It certainly makes me proud. As was mentioned, been in town now. This will be my 16th year as our head coach. I was in 11th year as our head coach. I was an assistant coach for 5 years. My wife and I have got the 2 young boys that are 7th grade and 5th grade, and 7th grader is playing tackle football for the first time, and 5th graders playing flag football. They play a little basketball, they play a little baseball, and just having my wife and I are having a blast with those guys. And you know, as I on the drive over, you know, I thought about them a little bit, and I thought about where you're at. You know, I certainly hope when they get to be your age that they take part and they take on the responsibility of spending time here at this type of leadership academy, this type of leadership day, so that they also can work hard to see if they can't bring some things back to their friends and bring back to their school, and see if they can't make things a little bit better. When I think about, before I start, if there's something while I'm going and you want me to talk a little more about it, or you've got a question about it, feel free. Okay, raise your hand, shout it out. Go ahead and feel free to do that. I'd be happy to take a question or talk more about something while I'm going, and it can be anything. It can be about our program. It can be whatever I might be doing with my boys. It can be about PlayStation 4 if you want. I'm playing Madden 17 right now. If any of you guys are gamers, if you're playing PlayStation or Xbox, it makes no difference to me. I love talking about whatever it is that would be on your mind. Okay, I think about leadership, and for me and for our program, try to keep it real simple. Can we inspire those around us to believe? Can we inspire those around us to believe? Believe in, number one, who they are. Believe in, number two, the group. And it doesn't matter what type of group we're talking about, your organization. And number three, believe that with a little hard work, a little determination, a little bit of creativity, that we can accomplish anything and everything that we dream about. Those are the three things that, boy, if you can take that back and inspire people around you to believe, I think that can go a long ways for you. I've got our program manual, what I share with our players, what I go through in recruiting, and we're going to run through that. And I told Aaron when we were talking about today, it's something that has been very good for our program in terms of both recruiting. It's been very good with our players. I also think there's some good lessons in there, some good examples in here that we'll be able to talk about, some things that have happened with our guys, some things they have done. So my hope is there's something in here for you that you can take back with you. Okay, now the most challenging part of the day. Hey, 1 for 1. You'll see some, okay, 1 for 2. Thank you. You'll see some numbers up on the board there. Numbers that we're very proud of. Numbers that work well in recruiting. I don't show them to you today for those reasons. And I want you to understand, leadership is not about numbers. The next slide, I believe, has trophies on it. Leadership is not about trophies. Leadership is about people. Leadership is about people, right? If you want to take a second, go ahead and read the quote that's on there now. I heard Coach say it. When they were at practice, when they were getting ready, it wasn't talking about this team or that team, or we have to beat them, or we have to do this with that group. And it's the same thing for our program. It's about the things you're doing each and every day. For us, it isn't about the 140-minute game. And we've been in some big ones. It isn't about the Valley Championship game. It's not about the NCAA tournament game. It's simply about what we are doing each and every day so that we are prepared, sure, for that 40 minutes. But it isn't about that 40 minutes. It's about what we're doing each and every day. Tradition. And I feel like I'm in the best place, certainly one of the best places in the country, to talk for just a second about tradition. My head coach in college, his name was Rich Glass. He said, tradition is not what you take with you. Tradition is what you leave behind. Tradition is not what you take with you. It's what you leave behind. And he told us that over and over and over. And it makes a lot more sense to me now, at my age, and having gone through a number of different experiences. And I am extremely proud to have played for Coach Glass and at the University of North Dakota. And a lot of that has to do with the guys that played before we got there, the guys that have played there since. On the video, which I've seen a number of times that we just saw, how did Coach Thomas send the guys out? What's the last thing he asked them? Where are you from? AP. Where are you from? AP. Right? 3 times. And it's not just to get them started and to get them going for that game. And I wasn't fortunate enough to know Coach Thomas. But I can sure see it when I watch that video. It isn't just about that game. It's about tradition. So this is the way we like to start our book. We like to start with our tradition. For us in basketball, I like that picture a lot. Anybody know what happened about 3 seconds after that picture? He made the half-court shot. That ball banked in, right? I like that picture. It's an awesome moment. Part of our tradition. When we got here, 1990 was the best example that we had. When we got here in 2001, 2002, we were able to look at that team in 1990 and say, you know what, those guys went to the NCAA tournament. Why can't we go? We're going to go to the NCAA tournament because they did it in 1990. And as I thought about it a little bit, you either have already been a part of something like that at your school, or you need to be. If you're a part of that, if you've got a great example at your school, then do what you can to live up to it and maybe beat it just a little bit. If you don't have one already, then be the first ones. We needed that 1990 team. They didn't know we needed them. They had no idea we were coming in 2001. But we needed them. So when you think about where you're at, you think about your school, you think about the groups you're a part of, there's either a really good example already for you, or do what you can to be that example. Because somebody's coming after you. 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, somebody's coming. And they're going to need you. You saw 04, 05, 06. I was an assistant during those years. We were able to get back in 2009, 2010. In 2010, we went to the Sweet 16. We beat the number 1 team in the country, the number 1 overall seed in the NCAA tournament. And 2 things when I see this picture. One, I'd ask you to take a look at their faces, the individual expressions on their faces. And every time I see that, I think about how much hard work those guys put in. You have to earn that one. That feeling right there that you can see on their faces, boy, you have to earn that one. And the second thing I would tell you, I'm not in the picture. If you look close, if you look right over Kajo's head, right past it, you can see Bill Self, the coach from Kansas. I'm on the other sideline, and as this happened, you can see the expression on their faces. I'm walking, I was happy, but I'm walking right at him. Remember shaking his hand, and he was terrific. And then my next thought was, all right, who do we play next? Now what do we got to do? Now, these guys want to go to the Final Four. What are we going to do now? We got to. And I told our team last year, and I learned in that moment that it is okay to enjoy it. And that's been a big deal for me. The last couple years, I've been a lot better as a head coach. I told our guys last year after Paulie banked in that half quarter, we got in the locker room, I said, fellas, you enjoy this as long as you want. And we'll get ready for our next game when it's time. And we did. And we played great in that next game. But I had a little more fun with the one this year, simply because I looked at it a little bit differently. How many of you have won a district, been on a team or individually, a district competition, a regional competition? Anybody? Been a part of that, or your school's been a part of that? No? How many of you won a state championship? Yeah, congratulations to everybody. There weren't as many that have won a state title, right? In your sport or in your competition, there's only one state champion. It doesn't mean that should be the only team that feels good about what they did all year. If you win a district championship, if you win a competition, you had to work hard to get there. And it's okay to enjoy it a little bit. 2015, 2016, our last 2 years, we've had a lot of fun, had a lot of good things happen. And again, I'll remind you, I chose to go through this and share it with you. Yeah, it does make me feel good, a lot of fun moments on there. But most importantly, I hope there's some things in here that can help you, with what we're doing today, okay? So you're going to hear me talk about the guys and see some things about the program, but boy, I sure hope there's something in there for you. Well, since I asked about the last one, anybody remember after he shot that one? Huh? It hit the rim, went straight up, came straight down. Happens maybe 1 in a million times, right? But another fun moment for our guys. Been on the cover of Sports Illustrated twice. When Ali Farokhmanesh, who's in that one, when he comes back to campus and when we see him, when he's around, right, he doesn't, and these were awesome, but he doesn't have that Sports Illustrated with him. When he comes back, he wants to talk about his teammates. He wants to talk about what it took to get to where we got. He wants to talk about his new young family. Again, leadership is about people, right? Leadership is about people. Some of our core values. We don't have a lot of sayings at our place. I don't give a lot of long talks with our guys. In fact, some of them will be surprised if they were to watch this 40 minutes. They may say, boy, I've never seen Coach talk this long. We work hard to set an example. We feel like we've got a good culture. I don't have a lot of sayings. These 3 things we do talk about: toughness, teamwork, and trust. Toughness, I think, hard to define, but you know it when you see it. When it's around you, when you're a part of it, you know. Teamwork, for us, we're looking forward in recruiting. We're looking forward every day on the practice floor. We're looking for leaders in our program to both show it and be able to help some other guys understand it. They might be younger guys. They might be guys without as much experience. But teamwork is vital for us to be able to do what we do. And then trust. And we talk about in our program, we have to be able to trust our players have to be able to trust us, and the players have to be able to trust each other. It goes all three ways. And the best groups that I've been a part of, that has been at a really high level. That trust factor has been at a really, really high level. One of the most, maybe the most important aspects of trust, we feel, is sacrifice. And I think we all understand sacrifice. And as I talk about it with our guys from time to time, even though we all understand it, I think we're also all a little bit the same. It's a lot more fun when it's the person next to us. We know how important it is. We understand what it means to sacrifice. It's just a little more fun when it's the person next to us. When I'm not coaching basketball, I spend a lot of time with my family. And we happen to have a lake place up right around Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. We spend a lot of time fishing. I love to do that. If we were, can I get somebody who wants to volunteer and interact real quick? Yeah. Yeah, come on up on stage. I think that'd be awesome. Let's give our young guy a round of applause for coming right up on stage. All right, what's your name?
Trevor.
Name is Trevor. Where are you from?
Applington, Parkersburg.
No surprise you wanted to come up right on stage with all the examples that you've had around you. All right, tell me something you enjoy doing, Trevor.
Running.
You enjoy running, okay? We're different. All right, so we're on the same team, right? And we are working to win the state championship. Let's say, what's one of your favorite sports outside of running?
Volleyball, I don't know.
Volleyball? Tennis. All right, we're doubles partners in tennis. Right. And we're going to win the state title in tennis. But the only way we can get there is with a little bit of sacrifice. So here's your options. I have to sacrifice my fishing so we can practice, or you have to sacrifice your running so we can practice. Which one sounds better to you?
You sacrifice your
Me sacrificing my fishing, right? Again, we all understand sacrifice. Had Trevor said the other, I think we all know he would have been fibbing, right? It's just natural. It is. There's no other way to feel about it. There's no other way to think about it. When it comes to sacrificing, we all get it. But it's just more fun when it's the person that's next to us. And if we can find a way, let's give Trevor a round of applause. Thanks, Trevor. If you can find a way to be able to sacrifice a little bit more, or to be the one that sacrifices something you really enjoy doing, that will spread throughout your team. And that's a hard one. But it will spread throughout your team. And the trust will certainly grow. All right, our academics. That's Seth Tuttle from a couple years ago. Anybody here from Sheffield? Not today? Just a couple reminders on some academic things. Apply a little more to what we're doing since you got more free time when you're in college. Our teams have done very well academically. And this one I want to talk about a little bit for a couple of reasons. One, in terms of leadership, promise yourself you're not just going to lead where you're most comfortable. You know, I'm our basketball coach, and our guys are there in a lot of ways on scholarship to play basketball. These two young guys are a great example of both their passion being basketball, understanding the importance of academics, and also understanding some personal growth. So please promise yourself you are not going to just lead in the area that you're most comfortable with, in the area that you enjoy the most, that you will lead in all areas that have to do with your school. Ted Friedman has played limited minutes. He's a terrific basketball player, but he has played limited minutes so far in his career. You know what else he's doing? Besides practicing like crazy so he can help our team, even though he's in a little different role, one that isn't as much fun, Ted's getting 3 majors in our business department. And those of us that are old enough and have been through college, for some of us, like me, getting 1 was hard enough. He's getting 3 majors. And his playing role isn't significant right now. And it's going to change and it's going to get better. He also won the top award at the Valley Tournament, the top academic award. So he is doing a tremendous job in terms of his leadership with our program, with things that are outside of basketball. Jeremy Morgan is our best player. Not only is he our best player, last year he was all-academic team in the Missouri Valley Conference, understanding that his leadership goes far beyond the basketball court and that he has a responsibility to lead in the classroom as well. Both those guys have just been terrific. There we go. Personal growth. We talk about 2 things. One is our school song. And I'm certain at your school that gets talked about and you understand why. You understand the kind of pride it takes and what it means. And then the other is the national anthem. And right now there's a conversation going on nationally about the national anthem with some of the protests. And we've been doing this with our guys for 4 years now. We've had this book, and what I've told our guys each and every year, and we're going to have an extended conversation this year about the national anthem and about the protests. But what I've told our guys each and every year is that it is an opportunity for us to be able to honor our veterans, honor our military, and that we will stand with our hand over our heart while the national anthem is being played. And my message will be the same this year. I believe in that. The other thing I've thought about a lot since Colin Kaepernick, his protest and what's going on in our country is understanding that not all of us have the same life experiences. Understanding that it is someone's right to peacefully protest. And I bring that up very briefly. I'm not going to spend my time today talking more about that, but I will have an extended conversation with our team and with our players. And I think both sides of that are important. The other thing that we talk about, and it changes each year, and this year we took the example of Ryan Lochte, and we talk a lot about character and a lot about integrity in our program. And the message that we will share with our guys this year, if you remember, Ryan Lochte is a tremendous swimmer, got himself and some teammates in some trouble late at night, early morning, when they were in Brazil at the Olympic Games. And the 2 things that we'll talk about with our guys and what I would mention to you. One, if something doesn't go quite right or if you make a bad decision, just grab onto it, own up to it, so we can immediately move on. And he spent a lot of time trying to get around it. And 2, in a leadership position, the understanding that at one point or another, there's a chance that each of us is going to make a decision that we don't feel great about. So this isn't about judging, in this case, Ryan Lochte. It's about the understanding that, can we own it and can we move on? This is one of my favorite things to talk about. We have spent the last 2 years, Kurt Warner has been at the NCAA tournament with us, and he has been absolutely awesome. Kurt was a quarterback at our place, and he had to wait his turn and wait his turn and wait his turn, and he finally made it and played for a year. When he got done, he had to wait his turn and wait his turn. He was out of football, had to wait his turn, then he finally made it again and had a tremendous career in the NFL. And there's a couple things that I've learned from Kurt. And, he's a little bit, in the time that I've gotten to know Aaron Thomas here, Coach Thomas, They've got a lot of similarities in terms of their passion, in terms of their leadership, in terms of their communication. Kurt played in a Super Bowl or two. There's a difference a little bit. But their passion and their pride and sharing it with young people lines up. But this year at the NCAA tournament, Kurt talked to our guys about perception and reality. And he talked about, before that Texas game, what's the perception with our guys? The perception is Texas is this big school, right? In the Big 12, everybody knows who Texas is. Texas is going to win this game. That's the perception. And Kurt's message was, hey guys, what is your reality? What is your reality? Because your reality doesn't have to match up with people's perception. And he went right through our guys. And he was talking to Matt Bohannon. And he said, Bo, if it gets late in the game, Wes drives it and Wes pitches it, and it ends up in your hands, what's going to happen? Bo said, well, I'm going to make it. He said, you sure? He said, yep. And he's talking to Jesperson and said, Paul, well, if Coach runs some plays for you early in the game, we have to get off to a good start. What's going to happen? Well, I'm going to make it. Are you sure, Paul? Yes. Kurt, I'm sure. He said, Wes, everybody's talking about Isaiah Taylor from Texas and how good he is and how he's going to lead his team to victory. What's your reality, Wes? What's going to happen tomorrow? And Wes said, Kurt, that's not happening tomorrow. I've been leading our team to get to this point, and tomorrow I'm going to lead our team again. And we're going to beat Texas. Doesn't matter how good Isaiah Taylor is. And Kurt went through 3 or 4 more of our guys. And as I'm sitting there listening to him, I'm thinking about, wow, you want to talk about leadership. Inspiring the people around you to believe. He had our guys believing. That perception, yeah, everybody's got it. And they're over here. What's your reality? What do you think you're capable of? And I have always been, and maybe like a lot of you, I have always been a big guy, the name on the front of the jersey, until that conversation. For me, it's always been about the name on the front of the jersey. The name on the back doesn't matter. Well, you know what I learned from Kurt and in that conversation? The name on the back matters. What's your reality? Are you going to let it match up with the perception that people have for you and for your program or for your school? Or are you going to do everything that you can to have your reality be what everybody sees and be what you believe in? And the only way for that to happen, the only way for the name on the front of the jersey to excel is through the name on the back. It doesn't mean that you don't care about the name on the front. The name on the back matters. Your reality matters. Your reality makes the difference. And what a powerful message that was for me and for our program. And then these next two are just a couple of reminders for our guys. No more than that. Things you've already seen. You be accountable, you're going to work, you're going to compete, you're going to sacrifice. Some things I've talked about, but things that you've heard plenty and you know well about. And then a couple things that we ask our guys again just to think about. We'll not cut corners, we won't complain, we won't give in, and we won't make excuses. Just some reminders for our guys of things that we all understand. And then as we wrap up our book with our guys, we've got these 5 things that are very important for us, very important for our guys to understand, for the leadership of our program. And we ask our guys as they go through our program, they get to be juniors, they get to be seniors. We work hard as they go through to help them understand the impact they can have on the people around them. And when we're recruiting and we have this conversation, I want them to understand when they're a sophomore in high school, junior in high school, and their family to understand that leadership is going to be part of what's expected at Northern Iowa. That you're not just coming to Northern Iowa to be a basketball player. You're coming to Northern Iowa to help lead and help be part of our tradition. The first one of the 5, put the team first. And I've talked about teamwork already today. Put the team first. Falls in line a little bit with sacrifice and what Trevor and I were talking about. The second one, just do your job. And we've all got a different one. I'll give you a couple examples. Jeremy Morgan right now is our best player. His job this year is very different than what it was last year, what it was 2 years ago. And he was great for us. He's had a tremendous career. But his job now includes everything he's done the last 2 years, plus all of the things he needs to do from a leadership standpoint. Offensively, he's going to have to score more points, but he's still got to be the best defender. He's still got to do all the things that he's done. So his job is very different now than what it was as a sophomore and as a junior. I've come to understand that my job is very different. Kurt Warner helped me understand that. Listening to Coach Kearns helped me understand that. Getting to know the Thomas family helped me understand that. My job is different, and it's changing all the time. The second part of that, for our guys, for my staff, for anyone in our program, sometimes it's easy to question the other guy. Well, I'm doing my job. Why aren't they doing theirs? And that hurt us a little bit this year when we were 2-6. And once our 4 older guys and myself figured out that our job was to help those younger guys have the confidence it takes to be able to play well, things got a lot better fast. Instead of questioning why they weren't doing a little bit better job at what they were supposed to be doing, as Coach mentioned earlier, let's focus on the solution. So doing your job, trusting in your preparation. And the way I like to put it to our guys, you spend so much time working, and whatever it is that you're passionate about, whether it's being part of a team or it's an individual, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is you're passionate about, you spend so much time working so that you can be the best. For our guys, when it comes time to play, I want them to enjoy it. I want them to take threes 3-4 seconds into the shot clock. I want them to do things like Ali did back in 2010 where people are shaking their head like, whoa, it's the worst shot I've ever seen. I love that. I love that about our guys because it tells me that they are prepared, that they have worked so hard that there is no moment that's too big for them, that they are willing to lay it on the line, regardless of what may come afterwards. If he misses that shot, he's got to answer to a lot of people. He didn't care. He had dreamed about that moment forever, and he had prepared himself. So I tell our guys all the time, you're going to trust in that hard work. You're going to believe that that hard work matters, and that hard work is going to pay off. Be honest, be responsible, be respectful. We live in a different world. I will never forget. I was younger than you guys. I was probably the age of my sons. We were going in our old station wagon. Pretty sure we didn't have air conditioning. A couple windows probably wouldn't go down, right? We were taking a trip. And I had the bright idea, after being told not to do this, that I would open the bag of chips and I would have a couple. After we were all told, I've got a brother that's a year older, a brother that's a year younger. We were told that we get no snacks till we go on the trip. Well, my dad walked by me and noticed what I had done and turned. And as soon as he turned, I knew I was in trouble. And he turned, and I was so scared. I'm still scared. And he grabbed me by the shirt, and he picked me up just enough to get my feet off the ground and put me against the wall. He didn't hurt me, scared me, but he had me, and he's a big guy. And I only tell you that. I'm not suggesting that's the way everybody should be. That's who my dad was. But it helped me understand that being honest, being responsible, and being respectful, that matters. And I think sometimes today, that gets pushed off to the side a little bit. I think sometimes today you see all these things on social media. It's a little too easy. You think, well, so-and-so, they weren't very honest. So-and-so wasn't very respectful. They're making $1 million, they're making this, they're doing that. No, it doesn't seem so bad. Well, here's what I can tell you. If you want to get and do everything you want to get and do, that those three things still really matter. And my guess is we're well past the days where anybody, a parent, a coach, and again, is going to grab you by the shirt and, put you out. We're well past those days. But it doesn't mean those three things still aren't going to get you where you want to get. And the last one, and I think this is why we've had a lot of success at our place. I think this is why our culture is good. I think this is why we've got tradition, something we can be proud of. Dream big, keep your inner circle small. The last part is about social media in particular. Keeping your inner circle small. Trusting and believing in the people that helped you get where you've gotten to, but not necessarily listening to all of the things that you're going to see and read. Keep your inner circle small. There's a lot of people that care about you. There's a lot of people that want to see you do well. Continue to let them. But there are going to be some others that, as Kurt Warner talked about, have a perception. Keep that inner circle small. But then dream big. As I talked about with Ali, that's all he'd ever wanted to do. When we first got here, we wanted to get to an NCAA tournament. When we did, we wanted to go to the Sweet 16. Now we want to go to the Final Four. And we believe that we can do it. And I want our guys to dream about that. I want the young people we're recruiting to dream about that. We believe we can do it. Last year, the team we had wasn't quite good enough. But the leadership on the team last year was unbelievable. And the way it played out, it may have been our best chance to date, even though they were the third or fourth best team we've had. Because of the leadership. And because they believed. So I would encourage you, again, whatever you're passionate about, boy, dream. Dream big. And then I think this, the last slide. The arena there when it's full, but the statement on the bottom. And I'd like to tie this to what I talked about when I mentioned leadership. The difference between who you are and who you want to be is what you do. And I know with the speakers that have been up here today, you've got some awesome notes and some awesome things to take back with you. And when I started and talked about leadership, your ability to inspire the people that you're around to believe, and most importantly, believe in who they are. It has to start with that. Believing in who they are. If you can inspire people to do that, boy, you're really getting something done. And because you're here, you made the decision to be part of this group, or a teacher, a coach, somebody asked you because they see that potential in you, that last statement right there fits you. It'll be about what you do now when you get back. And I feel so fortunate to spend my time with young people and watching them grow and seeing them lead. I've had some unbelievable examples. And I can tell you that what you do makes a difference. It will make a difference. I think that's our last one. So I wish you well. We're down to about 2 minutes. I think I hit her just about right. But I wish you well. Yep, thanks for having me.
All right. We're just about done here. We've got a final video to show. Before we do that, though, I want to close with that video. There's a couple things I want to go over. First of all, I want everybody to be sure to thank our sponsors. And I know this is being live streamed, so why don't we all, on the count of 3, give a big thank you so that if any of them are watching, they can hear that, all right? It's going to be fun, right? 1, 2, 3. Thank you! All right. That felt great. All right. There are evaluations that all of you got, leaders and students. Fill those out. We want to hear your feedback. There will be somebody collecting those on your way out in a box on the outside of the auditorium. In your box here, or in your pamphlet, there's a pledge, okay? Who feels like they're going to be a better leader after today? All of us, right? Okay, that's the easy part, is to feel like that right now. The hard part is tomorrow, next week, next month when you're back home. So before you sign this, think really hard. Be committed to being that leader, all right? Thank you again for coming. It was a great day. We're going to close out with this video. Safe travels. Thanks.
There are a lot of you young people in here tonight, and I want to share one thing with you. I'm doing what I'm doing today and tonight because of an impact of my high school football coach, Jerry Dolly. And I carried him to his grave. But I don't know if I ever took the time to tell him what he meant in my life. You young people, take time. Think about who's helped you become who you are today. Take time to give them a call. If it be mom, if it be dad, if it be your high school coach, a grandparent, or send them a letter. Tell them, thanks. What you've done for me. You know, as a coach and as a teacher with you young people, we're not trying to just teach you science and math and history and how to play the game of football. They're trying to in some way make a difference in your life. That's why I do what I do today. I've looked at what I do as my mission field in life. God put me in Parkersburg, Iowa for a reason. Maybe this past year was the reason, I'm not sure. But I do know this. I'm in the greatest profession there is in this world, I think, because I get to work with young people like you every day of my life. And God willing, I'm going to be able to do that for a few more years, I hope. But I have a greater passion for what I do now because I realize my time is getting less. Young people, have a passion for whatever you do in life. Have a passion for what you do. And impact other people. I heard Lou Holtz talk out at Notre Dame. And he closed that day with 3 questions. And I'm going to close with those same 3 questions tonight. He said 3 questions to ask of yourself. Number 1, do you care about other people? Number 2, can people trust you? And number 3, are you committed to excellence in every phase of your life? From your relationship to God to what you're going to do as a profession. And you think about those 3 questions. That says a lot about the type of person you are. There are a lot of you young people in here